I guess that'll be our intro music for today. Alright, server, are you up and running? You should be. Looks that way. Since I finally got all this crap set up, I've been able to turn off the server. What? So one thing about the Mana Railroad, it creates a lot of noise when I first sign in. I still need to update the Mana Railroad to have the other stops, especially one going to the Britannia Fishery, since I am now actually using this quite a bit. That said, the mana that I gave it's lasting a very, very long time, so... The gem refiner being up and running would be nice, too. So yeah, last time we started getting all this set up, here's all the damn machines. There might be a few more machines than there were in the base before. Yo, Sheldon, how's it going? Also, I've gotten a couple things set up that'll be for future automations. Some machines don't play very nice in this format, trying to get everything automated, so... There exists these, the processing array. These things are kind of neat, because they operate as 16 machines in the same block. So this one's 16 mixers, and this one's 16 alloy smelters. It means I don't have to worry about distributing, like, bits and bobs to each individual machine accurately. Problem is, they're exceedingly expensive. This is very expensive stuff. This is insane voltage tier. So I didn't want to make a ton of these. Just a couple is fine for the more problematic machines. I mean, this isn't even the end of it. There's more shit. I made this space knowing how much space I was going to need, and crowded is going to be how it is. Oh yeah, I suppose there's always the elephant in the room. You remember that little mass assembly thing that we had in the middle of the heavy controller? Well, now it's this gigantic thing. It can hold, currently, 36 pages of recipes. And I'm only gonna make it bigger! I'm only using 2 rows of this thing right now. I can still use 1, 2, 3, 4, another 4 of them. It's very fast and very convenient. That's for all the standard crafting recipes. I still haven't made any more controllers, but I have been getting more P2P tunnels down. Of course, all the crap's going on beneath the base, as is to be expected. Here's all the wiring! Doesn't it look fun? It's like, here's the bending machines, and the wire mills, and the lathes, all conveniently on one channel. It's only using 5 in that one thing. Here's all the assembler machines. It begins! I've started hooking up the blast furnaces. That's gonna be one major thing I want to do today. The vacuum freezer setup so it just steals all of the hot ingots. Just yoink. Yoink all the hot ingots. We got the extruders and precision laser engravers. Here's those 2 big processing assemblies. Oh, it's so much nicer. I don't have to do crazy wiring. It's just, here's some alloy smelter recipes. And here's some mixer recipes, ooh baby. No further complications required. Oh hey, do you remember our cute little selection of chicken automations I kinda had distributed over here and here? Well, I've expanded on that a bit. Behold! The things that I currently have passively being generated. XP fluorine. That one's calcium. We got polyethylene. We got charcoal byproducts. We got concrete, latticite, radon, rubber. Which one are you again? Graphite, Toluene, Fluix, Star Metal, Nether Quartz, Certus Quartz, Nether Stars, Ender Pearls, Enderium, Neutral Matter, Sulfur, Beryllium, I kind of forget what this one is, Potassium, Barium, Lanthium, Neodymium, Glass, Lubricant, Oxygen, Nitrogen, and Hydrogen! All of these are being passively generated, so I don't really have to do anything with them. And they're all hooked up to the MA system, so I have access to each and every one of these. It's just a few things, you know. That's only the first row. I've got more that are gonna follow in right here. And yeah, this still needs fixing up. Speaking of, let me actually get rid of those sparks. I'm gonna start unhooking this side of the Mana Railroad. I really need to get the other one fixed up today. Yoink! This will go ahead and give the Botanical Fishery another blast of mana. Alright, here you go. Drink up! This is how we make lubricant. Through the power of fish! Their oily skin is exactly what is needed. Or, you know, oily scales. It works as a substitute for other oil products like creosote. Speaking of creosote, all the Botania shit I've been doing is actually taking a toll on our creosote supply. I'd show it, but I don't want to get too close to the station center to refill my mana at this point. I might have been doing a lot of enchanting and whatnot, and it is having an effect. Well, that's fine. Once we get to the next planet, I'll have infinite mana anyways. Oh wait, I shouldn't have taken those off because I wanted to go refill from the pools down here, so I can get rid of them. Oh right. This keeps happening. I forget to switch the pools over to the opposite mode. Slurp, slurp, slurp! Alright, that's full. And whoop! Oh, we're not gonna be able to quite drain this pool? It's fine, I could sacrifice that much mana, that's barely anything. There we go, get rid of those. There, now this way the station's ready to be dismantled and repositioned. So it's more similar to this. Does mean I essentially had to copy this one's homework, though. Like, where would this have to be positioned? Actually, that turn is pretty much perfect in terms of its positioning. I just need to put it further away. This entire station right here can go, though. This is just completely unnecessary. Alright, there's an entire redstone thing going on down here. Well, not anymore. It's like, oh yeah, stuff I did in the past. Well, time to get rid of it. It was a failure. Back to the drawing board on that one. That's not what I wanted to do. I always feel the need to have these, like, base undersides and does all the ugly shit. Gotta just chuck out the sand, I don't really need it. I will take the spare hourglass. I'll deal with you in a moment. Grab a couple of factory blocks to fill in the holes. Factory. And there we go. That's all cleaned up. And ready for expansion in the other direction. Alright, this was the standard one. Can I? Yeah. There. There we go, that gets rid of any semblance of a turn there. Because the turn will be further on up here. Because this needs to go back, like, to here or so to get it out of range of the central pool, but keep it in range of all these. In fact, it should probably stop somewhere around here instead. Like, maybe closer to here? Yeah, that way I can actually hit the conglomerator as well. So if anything, this should actually go perfectly straight. I'm gonna go ahead and put the redstone block right here. That'll get it up to speed, and then it just needs to have a detector rail right afterwards. And yada yada from there. You put a detector rail, and then it needs a gap of at least 2. And then I can just kind of do the thing from there. And I'll get that figured out later. For now, I need to hook up our remaining machines. Which in this case, the autoclaves and the chemical baths should be next. Which means I gotta move some more of my passive stuff. I do kind of want to move these into compact machines so I can just get rid of some of the stuff at the old base. It just seems like a good idea, you know, getting rid of that. So that's what I'm gonna do. Does mean I'm gonna need an additional fluid node, though. So I'll make one of those. Let's see. That means I need, I believe, 2 illumination powder, 2 diamonds, 4 runed. I'm always low on this stuff. 4 aquamarines. And 1 bucket of liquid Starlight. Where's my bucket? Did I leave it at the table again? I sure did. That keeps happening. Biffity boffity boo. And I'm gonna want the same one to be probably both the liquid Starlight and the liquid Nightmares. So I can probably just reuse this machine. Actually, this machine has that sitting in it right now. I could use this one, though. Yes. It's an idea. I've had this machine just sitting here, and this is lots of room for making tons of liquid Starlight and liquid nightmares and anything else that I need to put in the light well. That would necessitate another couple of, what I'm trying to say here. Although if I kind of want to just put it into ender tanks. First off, I kind of want to make some ender tanks. Ender tank. Oh hey, it's made basically exactly the same as the other one, except you need an empty steel cell. Alright, easy enough. Actually, have I taught this thing how to make dense plates yet? I don't think I have. Alright, because it's a card number 5, I think? Or card number 2? How's my Friday been so far? You know, pretty standard. Basic configuration 4. Right, I still have some vending machines open for the back ones. That's fine, it's easy enough to set up. Vending machine. I think those are 4 and 1. I don't think I actually have a code 1 in here yet, but I'm using a lathe for buckets anyways. Already making empty cells elsewhere. Really don't need that. Okay, I need a 3 at some point. Looks like there could be a couple of reasons for me to have a code 1. At least the code 5s. Ah, the joys of all the different little things that you can use a vending machine for. Hey, I'll just use code 5s. Alright, sure. I think I'm only gonna use 1 machine for it, though. I'll see. It's for Friday. Alright, so let me grab a circuit. And I'll get this thing configured. Maybe I should have used at least 2 machines for it. Certainly more common than any of the other circuits, and I can always change it again afterwards if I need more than that. But it needs exactly 9, so no, I'm just gonna use 1 machine for the sake of simplicity. In that case, it's going over here. Alright, so I need interface. Should one of them been calling these interfaces? Try to keep a consistent naming scheme here. Bending, right, it's just bending and then whatever. Bending dense! And I need a green cable. And it's gonna go all the way back here. Alright, what color am I gonna give this? I'm currently using colors blue and red. Let's give it black. And out on pink, so it goes into the ender chest. Yeah, we got lots and lots of automation now, to say the least. I need a buffer. It's just nice being able to be like, boop, I need that item. Okay, it's done. That's all I needed. It's so much faster! It's glorious! Unhook that, there we go. Tracked on black. And there we go. So if I want to make a big ol' steel, let's see, steel cell, I probably need to set up a assembly machine for this as well. Do I have a Circuit 1 assembling machine? I should. I do, and it already has the pattern even. Alright, then that works. In that case. I must teach it dense steel plates. There you go, it has pattern. F. And then this goes into bending dense. Haha! Alright, so now if I want 8 of these, 2 of these, actually 4 of these. I need 4 aquamarines that have been filled with the mana. And 2 steel cells. You know how to make steel rings? Alright, sure. Let me teach you how to make a steel ring. So you go into this here extruder, and that's how you make 4 steel rings. Extruder. Ring! Now you know how to make steel rings. It's just that easy. God, the amount of less fussing just to do that too. It's like, here's a pattern, you now know how to do it. I don't have to go run around to pipes and whatnot and show them how to do a thing. Everything's more convenient! Oh, I made this eventually, it's a tricky thing. Extrude! So yeah, about that creosote supply. It's starting to... It's getting down there. Oh, baby! I have used a lot of mana! I take one of these, and I put my fluids into the ME system now. Yoink up the Resident Ender. Grab the Void, Steel Cells. And then it's just all like, yo, I'd like some Ender Tanks. Well, when you know you need a lot of resources, you tend to build a lot of shit. Yes! I like the quaint little mine shaft entrance because I haven't actually come down here to get rid of the rest of the supplies in here either. I haven't had to dig up a tin vein in so long. I did like this little bed and I get so much tin as byproducts that I've never had to come back down here. It's always been here, but I never had to come back down. Ender tanks! Quest complete. Are the grain blocks part of the new system? What do you mean? This thing? Oh, it gives me a free ender tank. Nice. Ah, you mean the machines? Yes, these are the automated things. Like the extruders I was mentioning earlier. These are the machine racks. Eventually, they're all going to be converted down to something more like this. Well, most of them. Some of them, like the extruders, are kind of difficult to put into that type of setup. But yeah, these are all individual machines that can operate on things at the same time. Like these bending machines, for example. When I send plates to get done, they're just all like, okay, I'll do that! It's done! I have 32 machines of a higher voltage working on them instead of 2 of the minimum voltage like we had before. It's a small little upgrade, just a bit. Alright, so I think I am gonna use up one of my compact machines here. Congratulations, you get to be a new automation. But first, I need a moderate-sized compact machine for another ender tank. So let's see, how big of a compact machine do I want to make for a water automation? Of all things. Probably a little bit bigger than a 5x5, probably a 7x7. That would be good. Oh, actually, that seems a bit large. Just water. But I do need a lot of water very fast later on. Like, how big is this? Yeah, I'll do this for water. Lot of water! That wants me to build one of these with a... Oh, hey, I can teach you how to make blocks of gold. Sure. That goes into the extruder. Extruder! Block! Gold block! It is done! I think you can make it up to like a 15 by 15 or something? 13 by 13 by 13, so pretty big. That's what my oil refinery's made like. This coming on with the party of 7. Welcome to madness! Were you playing some rando today? Yo, Illis here, currently the person with the fastest completed cross keys time in an official race. In a tournament race, no less. I'm gonna go borrow my chickens and live wells from the other base. Finding time to move these things. I mean, you may not have won the tourney, but you certainly won the war. Oh, ain't these cute. Anyways, let's destroy them. Yoink! 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 All mine! Alright, chickens, you're with me. Almost feels weird ripping apart the old base again, but I don't need these here anymore. I want to move them into a compact machine so they're out of the way. God, standard fluid conduits. This is so long ago. This is so long ago. Oh my god. Look, I'm gonna leave the Liquid Nightmares one here for now, just so I don't get confused. Liquid Starlight, what I'll bring with me. Alright, have a good one, Illis. Thanks for dropping by. How long have I been playing this world? Too long! The day count is a bit off because that includes the days where I've just left the server on to process machines. But I don't even want to think about the number of hours, and we're not even close. We're not even close to done. There's still so much left in all of these tabs. There's so much left. I've only just scratched the surface of the endgame goals. I still need to go to another planet. As that's currently getting a few things. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of the good automation set up, and it's very nice. How much space do I want to put between these? Probably not a ton. 3 is probably tons, so I'll put it right here. Now, how do I want to wire this? Actually, I'll put it here. Do I want to have it like this way, or do I want to have it the other way? Always a good question. I think I'll do it like this. Which means I would need... Well, first off, a buffer right here.
Hey, it's up to us to take out our umbrellas.
Just having a think. Having a quick think. Alright, let me make a buffer. Buffer! These things are great. They can hold a bunch of different fluids and have some room for items as well. If you need something to buffer anything, it'll do the job. Alright, so we'll put this on this side, and then I want to have the 2 tanks right on top. Or do I put them here? Yeah, I'll definitely keep them on. Well, How do I want to go about this? This is the first one that I'm actually dealing with multiple fluid outputs, which is where things get a little bit dicey in terms of space, because I need both of them to have wireless access as well. Although if I'm using... I'm using an ender tank, but... There's so much going through my brain right now just to try and figure out exactly how I want to wire this. I need room for fluid nodes. I can put it underneath, I guess, and that would solve that problem, but then where do I send the wires up to? Ah! Working with such a small space! Prototype and break if it fixes it. I mean, that's certainly an option. Honestly, I think that the no-nonsense way would just be sacrificing 1 block of space by doing this. That way I don't even have to use any cables at all. Yeah, I'll just do it like this. It's not particularly fantastic, but it'll get the job done. Slightly less efficient, but I mean, it's better than trying to puzzle that out for the next 10 minutes. Yeah, actually, then I can just have the tank go directly into the buffer instead. Either way! So I have Starlight on this side, and I'll put Liquid Nightmares on the other. I mean, you gotta see all the angles, you gotta be prepared. Okay, so I use a whole ass ton of mana again, my favorite. It keeps happening! I mean, I don't have to over-enchant these things, I just feel like it, you know? A nice, consistent, overly massive buffer. It's perfect! You put this on here, you toss down your books. You get a lag spike every time I'm trying to pull something out of this bag, it feels like. Put that away, and you put that away. And by the time I'm done, that thing should be done. Like, buffers for the buffers! Big buffers! Tons of buffers! And then what I do is I'm just like, bonk! And I can put some, actually hang on, let me go grab what Liquid Starlight's in there right now. You are now Liquid Starlight. You are no longer Liquid Starlight. Not only that, but I kind of need to get rid of the GPS marker for that one. So this is like 6:14:28. Let me look for that marker so I can get rid of it, since I don't need it anymore. Okay, it's that one. Well, that's easy enough. You no longer exist! Alright, peel off the enchantment for this piece of crap. This ain't no good, it's only holding 5. Nah. Set it back to normal. Save those. Put this in its place. You're the new buffer! Congratulations! And then all I gotta do is take this, and do a little this, and there we go. It's automatically I'm putting into the fluid node. I don't have to touch a thing. Now I'm gonna do a slightly manual job for this next fluid node, because I haven't taught it how to do several of the things involved with making these barrels. Actually, I suppose it is just the long steel rod. Wait, I actually have the machine handy to make this, too. What am I going to do with the pumps? I mean, I guess I can just teach it tin rotors. But then there's these. I have to teach this thing how to make it in an assembler. Which is kind of tricky, because this is a very precise amount of molten tin. But this is still more convenient. Because this is the way you can actually smoothly automate something. Getting the tools involved just causes troubles. So I'll just melt down some tin myself, for now. Fluid Extractor! I know I have one of these handy. Hey, you go right here for a sec, okay? We're gonna have you melt some tin. I've got lots of it. Here, 8 stacks, that ought to do. I can just put it in here, and then it'll be good to go. It'll be as easy as that. God, all these machines. So many machines. I've got more blast furnaces I want to hook up. I got started on making those by making the blast furnace itself. But I still need to get, like, all the rest of the stuff up and running. There's so much to automate! There's so much to automate! But it'll make everything better! That's technically working, but I could, like, borrow any of my batteries, so... There you go. That's better. One thing I can't really automate very well is molten liquids, or just any liquids in general. A2 never has, and probably never will have a good solution for that. I can partially automate it, but I mean, like, it's always its own thing. Alright, there we go, molten tin. So now, if I want to deal with exact liquids, so we do this, we can do a little of this. I want to use standard rubber rings, because I really don't feel like using paper rings at this point. I need 648! That is so precise! What the hell? Do I have a 48 mil bucket? Flask? No. How am I gonna... I guess... I think I know how I'm gonna do this. Alright. But that's such an awkward amount! Alright, sure, hang on. I want a 500 mil bucket flask. I don't have 500s. Damn it. Okay. How about some 200 mil bucket flasks? Tin. No, that's also not available. Fine, I can use the 100s, I guess. Give me 5 of these. No, not 500. 5. 5 of these flasks. And, wait, I need 6 of those. What am I doing? Rain, you need to get working. You need to get working right now. Clicking on the right things would help. This is what Greg Tech does to you! Alright, there. That's 648 exactly. See, I would have a dedicated assembler, but that gets incredibly wasteful after a bit. For fluids that I have on passive, sure, I do that. Like, for example, I have one for rubber right here. And I have glass going into, I believe, this one, yes. But anything I don't already have fully buffered, I don't feel the desire to have a dedicated assembler for. Because I never know when I'm going to run out of those fluids, so I'd rather have a closer eye on them. Alright, there we go. Now I can set up the forged hammer. A rarely used machine, but I can still set it up. have 4 of these things, actually. Not used for... Okay, it's used for a lot of different things, but... what I want to use it for is definitely a one-machine job, so I'll use it for this guy, I guess. Because once again, it's a set number! Actually, it's less than 4, right? We'll make it work. This long steel rod. Yeah, it's only 2 at a time. That's fine. I'll just use a standard buffer for that. Just need a little bit of blocking mode, and that'll just solve the problem right there. Little of this. Little of this. I very, very rarely need the forge hammers, so I don't want to go too crazy with them. Forge hammers. Well, they have one of the lowest numbers of machines out of everything in this setup. Let's see, what color to give them? On this setup, I'm currently using yellow, red, light blue, and standard blue. I think I'll just give them black again, honestly. Set it to round robin. Set this to be blocking mode, and that should solve that. Now to go up there and actually fix their coloring. Alright, fellas. You're inserting on black, extracting on pink. Alright, I haven't actually plugged these ones in yet. Alright, it's gonna look a little bit silly. I haven't put any of the facades in yet. I don't want the roost. Oops! A little too much gusto on that one. There's gonna be a slight leak right there. I mean, I can easily fix that. There. Now nobody will be any but the wiser. Alright, I need more blank patterns because I'm all out again. Forge hammer. There. It now knows how to do that. Hey, I need some blank patterns! Blank. I was actually having to craft something. Ah, yeah, and these plates. Well, I do have a fairly wide selection of music, so there generally tends to be some good stuff in there. Yeah. Generally. Alright, so if I want to automate a fluid node, obviously the shifting star is like the one thing that I can't really automate. I can automate that. I have cutting saws. Alright, and now these ones are crafting automations. With this. Make this. Now for this one, I'm actually going to turn on substitutions because the shifting stars are a little bit weird and the drums themselves are a little bit weird. That should solve any of those problems. Put them into the gigantic thing of crafting recipes! This one can go into the cutting machines. This can just go into whatever assembler, it really doesn't matter. Sure, you can go in assembler circuit A, why not? Alright, and did I actually put a fluid node recipe in there? I did. So if I request a fluid node, does it work? I haven't told it that. It still doesn't think I have a shifting star, because it's in my inventory. Also, I haven't taught it how to do... Wait. Didn't I make the... What did I do with the pump pattern? Did I put it in here? What did I do with that pump pattern? Did I put it in one of the assemblers? I could have sworn I made a pump pattern. Where did I put it? Huh. I don't know. Brain, what did you do? I guess I'll make another one. Yes! Okay, it needs to go into a volumetric of some kind. And my volumetric machines are getting very full on patterns. I wish I could give them more, but it doesn't seem to work. It displays as though it could, but it doesn't seem to work. Capacity... Yeah, the volumetric ones don't allow me more space. Soldering iron, that one's fairly important. Polyethylene's gonna be used a lot. I think I might give it its own machine. Yeah, I'll set up another machine, why not? Buffer! The assemblers are easily the most annoying part of this. Because they need so many liquids. Volumetric interface. Alright, it'll be this machine. What colors have I already used? Light gray, gray, red. Pretty sure I haven't used purple yet. I can always double check. Black, white, red. I have used purple. Purple is off limits. Orange. I haven't used cyan. Cyan it is. Goes. Slowly teaching new recipes to the machines every time they come up. Getting some new ones hooked up, making everything run smoother. Here, you get the lovely pump pattern. Okay, so we need to extract on cyan. Extract on cyan. No round robin. And away it goes. Let's do it! Okay, it needs to know how to make medium bronze, that's fine. Medium bronze pipe. Medium pipes. And now it knows how to make a medium bronze pipe. Yeah, the flasks are just all the different liquids in the ME system, of which there are several. Yes. Fluid node. There we go, it seems happy. Fluid node. Cool. Alright. I'm also gonna need some travel anchors. Okay, this seems easy enough. Should definitely teach this to the machine. I need more patterns! Then here. Needs to know how to make a pulsating one, which is easy enough. Oh, I love seeing glorious things just work the way they're supposed to. Yes. Those bending machines are working so fast, it's wonderful. I'm so proud of them. Alright, here we go. Have another full stack. Pulsating crystal. This is made through breaking down a nugget. And the nuggets are made in the alloy smelter. Like this. Ah, it's all coming together. There's a pulsating iron. Here's these two ones. Now, actually, do I need to make some travel anchors? I have one, so yes, I need to make a travel anchor. I have made a travel anchor. Amazing. Sometimes it's just that easy. Alright, so I'm gonna need a couple of tunnels. Actually, just one tunnel, really. Don't need redstone on this one. I want to make some fluid tanks. Fluid tank. Alright. We can do a little bit of this. Fluid tank. It doesn't know how to make standard tanks. Sure. Here, that's how you make a standard tank. Amazing, isn't it? It now knows how to make those. 2 of these, please. Yep, it's like if you want something a little bit more simple and exploration focused, you know, something laid back, mostly about building and just running around, that's vanilla. If you want something that really gets you involved, and you spend a lot of time just figuring things out, trying new shit, that's modded. Mod is just so bloody involved that I can't help but get really into it. Alright, let me actually start hooking up this compact machine. Where did I put my compact machine? Oh, right, I put it downstairs already. Hi, little fella. Going up. I still love that it just works. Excellent. Yeah, I used a rod that allows me to go to the next highest point from where I'm standing, which happens to be out of bounds. Because, I mean, there's empty space up here. Using this rod, teleport yourself or the target entity up to the nearest surface above. And that happens to include the empty space above compact machines. This allows me to put astral sorcery stuff in here. Speaking of, let me go get some marble. I'm just thinking about how I want to place my tanks. I mean, this stuff all comes through pretty slowly, so I'll just put the tank right here. Do I just leave it as white for liquid Starlight? I could. Could. But I kind of want to go with something else for a default fluid color, so... I'll add one little bit of yellow in there. For the stars. Now, speaking of stuff, kinda wanna make some more marble. Porcelain chicken! Who's a good chicken? Who's a good chicken? It's you! You're a good chicken. That's probably enough marble for now, just so I'm not standing on the void up there. I'm always at least a little bit unnerved that I'm just standing on the void. This does mean I'm gonna have to spawn protect this compact machine, though. Stupid laser creepers. Laser creepers, it's fine. They're just hanging, you know? I was doing moon turf last. Get some more marble. I guess you're coming on with the party, you two. Welcome to Madness. 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 They were doing automations. Making everything easier. This actually should be about to change over. Surely it's been about a minute. Yeah, there it goes. Marble! Marble! Glorious marble. And as soon as that one changes... Whoop! Woo! Let's do it! Speed! Sir? You should be working. Wait, why is it taking so long to process that? What? That's not right. Oh, it's on the wrong thing. Now it's fixed. Anyways. That's better. Glorious! That works really well. Why? It's just a simple automation. Probably one of the more primitive ways I can do that automation, but it works. Alright, let's go ahead and get some groundwork down here. Let me just cover this up. Yep! Marble's not an issue anymore, to say the least. I know the style of marble I want up here. There we go. Now there's actual room up here. Amazing. Well, I mean, there's always room, but now it's a little bit less, terrifyingly standing over the void. Void. Alright, this will be plenty of space for me to set up the light wells, at least. Let me go get a little bit more of that marble, and then I guess I'll start setting up. Get some interfluid conduits. Probably stand to have some more interfluid conduits. You know what? That's probably something I should automate. Call it a hunch. That seems like a plan. Interfluid conduit. Which needs these. Which needs fused quartz. Stun the blast furnace? Are you serious? Okay, sure. Yeah, I can do that. I have a blast furnace available. It just needs 100 millibuckets of oxygen, specifically. At least it's a fast recipe. $100 millibucks of oxygen. Alright, I'm gonna need a volumetric interface for this one. Which I didn't set up, so... O2 for blasting! Paper! And one... Well, actually, probably a couple of purple cables. Biometric. There we go. Hey, guess what? You know how to do this now. Congratulations. Oh yeah, I should probably turn on locking mode for that. Locking mode. Alright. Ender fluid con. Boop, boop. Ender fluid conduits. Oh, I haven't actually taught it how to make the ender alloys yet, actually. Oh god, rose gold, right. Right, that's expensive. That needs to be done with rose gold. Which is made by, once again, the blast furnace. EPF. Okay, now I should be able to request a couple of stacks of ender fluid conduits. Huzzah! All done, no leftover in the machine, perfect. Oh, it's already done. Ender fluid conduits. Hey, would you look at that? Much better. Good. Alright, I wanted to go get more marble. Alright, be right back. Also, porcelain. I do have a few porcelain bricks handy. Good, good. Let me take these walls so I can secure the place. Hey, can I borrow that? Thanks. The void! The void! Nice. Alright, and then we put some walls around the edges so I don't fall off of this place. This is a safety concern, you know. You can never be too careful. There we go. And now this is where all the light wells are gonna go. Alright, so I only have 5 for now. I'm just gonna use them all for liquid Starlight. We'll put the fluid node right here. Chicken right next to it. Astral Chicken! Alright, obviously we want to insert on white, because it's liquid Starlight. And nothing on items for that one. Extract on light blue, because of the color of the eggs. Actually, these ones are more of a standard blue. Standard blue. Round robin. Alright, alright. And then we get the light wells going. Doot, 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 and doot. Silk touch so I don't break the marble. Wrong one. I mean, it's a different void this time. It's just a void around a compact machine. But other than that, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, Ender.io makes a lot of these things so much more palatable. mean, Modded's always been a very different experience from standard Minecraft. Quite intentionally so, yes. Alright, insert on this. And then insert on blue. Same for this one. Alright, that should be all those going. Using some liquid Starlight. There we go! Liquid Starlight! Beautiful. Not even entirely sure why I ended up using the fluid tanks here, but oh well. And I'm just gonna use light blue as the color. I do kind of want it to get shared. Yeah, hang on. Reorganize this slightly. I'd rather split it between the buffer and... Yeah, that's why I made the fluid tanks. Hang on. Because we need to round robin this thing. Alright, so same thing. It's gonna go into light blue. But I want to spread it between the buffer and the ender tank. Right, let me just get the GPS marker updated. There we go, now it's getting distributed. Good, good. That's all I needed. Just to distribute it around a little bit like that. But similarly, this one's gonna go back here. Round robin, perfect. This one's a bit of a different scenario, though, because I do kind of need it to go into a different color. I kind of don't want to contaminate the lines on this one. How am I going to use the same tunnel, though? Oh, I know! It's really quite simple! I know exactly how to fix this. Just use a buffer! This should work. Yeah, as you can see, this is going up. Because this will always try to push out into adjacent inventories, so... but it's not actually able to push into the one below it. Okay, fine. I'll move the tunnel. The buffer idea will work, I just had to do it like this. It's because it's another buffer on the other end is why it's a little bit upset about that one. Yes. Also, this allows me to use more appropriate colors. Liquid Nightmares, that's very much gonna be black. Yes. And this will be white. There we go. Ah, good old liquid death. That was always the thing. There we go. That'll prevent cross-contamination. Easy peasy. Now I just need to do the same thing with liquid death. I mean, liquid nightmares, excuse me. Slightly different. Feels like my boots ran out. Oh, I still got lots. Oh, hey, I can actually see above there. I didn't realize that. You can actually see up there. Most of it, at least. It does partly stretch off. Oh god, I can't see what I'm trying to type. Now, if ever you need an indication that I was very much out of bounds... Astra Liquid Chickens! I have a lever on here, there's no reason for this. Get that out of here. There's nothing lever-oriented! Alright, let me make one more fluid node, and I should be good to go. Still very much have to make... Let's see... Shifting stars by hand, though. Not much can be done about that. Did I leave the bucket there again? Oh my god. This is becoming an every craft occurrence. Yo. Alright, so that should allow me to make another fluid node. Got all this old junk just laying around. But what I also need now is some more light wells. Which, of course, take rune as well. I need to make more of this junk. Well, I mean, I guess it's a good thing that I did just make a whole bunch of marble. I'll at least get this partially set up. Get these down. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to expand this operation for certain. Probably do like 3 rows, maybe 4 of Liquid Nightmares, and then the rest is all going to be Liquid Starlight because I use a ton of it. Easily the most commonly used fluid in crafting right now. Nightmare chicken! Alright, this one's going to insert on black. This is Liquid Nightmares! Ooh. And we'll extract on purple! Eventually, Nightmare Chicken. Eventually. This is doing its thing. I have a nice big buffer of Liquid Starlight. I'm getting all this set up because I want to set up the chemical baths and autoclaves, which rely very heavily on Liquid Starlight. If I bring up Liquid Starlight... Chemical baths! Just, here's all the goddamn ore that this works on! 678 pages of recipes. That's a lot of ores. It's all ores! All of it is ores! Oh, that's pretty intense. I've got some assembly stuff I can make with it. It's used in everything. Chickens, illumination powder. That's pretty common. My god. Hey, don't worry about it. Happens all the time. Speaking of, I want this to be attached to Liquid Starlight. Look at it, it's beautiful. Alright, light wells. Let me actually make some fine steel wires. Nah, I can craft more, okay, good. Look, I'm gonna need like a bunch. just make a whole lot. Oh, I'm out of steel! I mean, that's easy enough to fix. Oh, it's so nice! Remember how long a craft like that would take with the logistics pipes? Well, it's done! I should probably process some of this. But in the meantime... Hey, how's all that marble doing? Oh, y'all done? Good. Silk touch pick. Silk touch pick. There it is. Gotta be very careful when picking up the marble. Hey, Thumbcraft! How much order do I have? Not enough. Let me go get some more. Alright, fine. I'll process some more, though. I suppose I can at least do that much. This is going to be extremely manual, but whatever. You can't turn this... Actually, can I make this into infused? Or no, infused. Okay, good. You can't make it into dense. Which means I can actually do this manually for the first time in a while. What do you mean I'm actually gonna have to stretch my legs and do a little bit of manual ore processing? It's been so long since I've held this hammer in my hands. Almost quite now. All done. Alright, now we gotta give it the old washa washa washa. Endervoir! Give this a little bump. Washing plant is ready. Gonna borrow a battery. Oh, the water can't keep up. Oh, my, sure it can. There we go. Grab all the tiny dusts, I guess. Oh, I can't keep up. I mean, it's trying his darndest too, though. I did say it'd be very manual. Yeah, physical exertion. How quaint! Alright, there we go. It's got a full tank, so I can speed it up on the next batch. I just want some ordo crystals, and I can't be bothered to set up... I'm gonna have a big, complicated ore processing plant at some point. After I get to the next planet, because that gives me some essential resources to really send it into overdrive! Is the macerator? Yes, it is. There we go! Alright, thank you for your services. Now go back in the drawer. Back into the computer with you. I'll figure you out later. There's 55 of it right there. Damn, I really need to get the autoclave set up, though. They're perfect for this sort of thing. the center fudges. Alright, alright. Hang on. Put these away for now. I'm gonna go set up the other machines. Now that I got the liquid Starlight coming in, I can do that first. I mean, this isn't really gonna be very many channels. But I think I'm running out of channels on the yellow ones that I've been doing. How many channels am I using now? 21. I don't know if I want to push another entire pack of machines on there, but actually it should be pretty safe. Sure. One more batch of machines. Where does this need to line up? Not that far over. Right here. Yeah, I know, should's a dangerous word. I can always set up a new peer-to-peer point-to-point tunnel if I need to. I probably won't need to, but if I have to, I can do that. Here we go, run a few more channels over in this direction. Now I'm going to set up another little patch of machines. I want these, I've been waiting on these. Alright, I'm gonna need an ender chest, but I'm pretty sure I actually have a spare ender chest that's colored correctly. And, chest. Oh yeah, it's right there. Perfect. No, but I still need to summon a second meteor at some point just to get the achievement credits. Yeah, a couple of streams ago we used a meteor. It was most unpleasant. For all those involved. Mostly Randy. Just a little bit of cable management. Oh, position myself correct. Oh wait, it's right here. That's concerning. Yeah, I didn't position myself correctly. No! No! I was off by a block! No! As is the case whenever you're off by a block.
No!
You break it all down and you do it again. casually destroying a bunch of dirt while I'm trying to organize other things. Did I smack a bit of dirt, like, on the other side of the room or something? Yes, I did. Now I need my Philo Stone again, so I can actually get this blocked up. The cover on that, put the ME cable on top. There we go. Now, no more silly mistakes like that. Now then. That's better. Oh, got all these little cables ready to go. Extract on white. Round robin. Insert on pink. Bingo. Turn off the extract for now. There we go. I'm not going to use every single one of these for Liquid Starlight, but I am going to use most of them. Yeah, potato time! Time to make everything work, it's just a little bit better. I'm gonna leave the last row of autoclaves alone, since there's a couple of other liquids. Not very many other liquids, mind you, but a couple. We want to insert on white, extract on nothing. Oops. And I'm gonna need more conduits. Honestly, since it's the Starlight ones anyways, might as well just do this. Insert on white, extract on pink. Here we go. Some autoclaves, but I need to do the bottom ones as well, so I'm gonna need more conduits. I don't have enough. Do the same thing on this side. It's gonna be really nice to compact these all down into machines like that, but that will be much later. I already had to take some lengths to make this work as is. Alright, just those ones for now. Do the same thing on this side. Yeah, that's a lot of one thing with these bigger mod packs, is you never know when they're going to start getting unstable. Because those instabilities just seem to be part of the experience over time. Lord knows last time I played this I had a few interesting corruptions over the time. Whew, the hunger, it grows. What do I have available? Trust me, it is. Autoclaves! Starlight! Alright, let's put this first one right here. Alright, I need the buffer. Buffer! This only needs item conduit because the liquids are already being handled. Alright, this is going to extract on white. Round robin. No blocking mode necessary since these are all one-to-one recipes. Alright, let's go ahead and turn on round robin for this one. Distribute to all the relevant machines. And there, that's the autoclaves up and running. I just need to give them some recipes. And the obvious ones to start off with are the quartz recipes. So, let me see, are these all getting a little bit of liquid? Yes. It's not a ton of liquid, since there's only so much in an ender tank, but they're getting a little bit. The one small issue with ender tanks is they don't have much capacity. Yeah, it's already empty. 16 whole buckets worth is not a lot. Alright, with those ones up and running, I can now teach you how to do quartz. So, let's see, we wanted to know how to do nether quartz. Ceres quartz. And quartzite. Autoclave Starlight. There, and now knows how to do all of those. But now I also need to teach you how to do Ordo. Ordo Crystal! Which reminds me of the stuff that I was doing in the first place, which was this. Bow! Nice timing. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da. Bow! Oh wait, I shouldn't have macerated this. I should have sifted it. Oh well, it doesn't matter. This is decidedly a bit quicker. Center fudge, center fudge, center fudge, center fudge, center fudge. Beautiful. All of them center fudging together. They're definitely not gonna have a ton of liquid Starlight, but I mean, they'll get more over time, and I'm gonna increase this Starlight production so it can keep up. Now then, while I'm thinking about it... Chiseled! How much fine steel do I have? That's not enough. I need another couple of stacks. Fine steel. Alright, so we do a little bit of this. Alright, so that's all the order I'm getting out of this. Order. I have 317 dust, let's make 317 crystals. Go, my champions. Go, my champions, go! Green lights. Green lights good. All done. Okay, maybe not all done. I'm being limited exclusively by the extract speed of the Ender Conduit. That's kind of funny. Okay, now it's done. All done! Right then, let's make enough ruined marble so I don't have to do this for a while. The local aura might not appreciate this. Yeah, it did not appreciate that. It's like I took a look at it. It's like, oh yeah, 60 times 20 is actually quite a bit. Oh, it'll be fine. Look, it's generating quickly right now. This is why I still do this crap on the old base. I've got lubricant and oxygen automated by now, so this guy can run as much as it wants. Pat, pat. I might run out of oil sometime within the next 20 hours, but then it has to run out of all the infused nitrodiesel. I've got a little while to think about that. Yo, you okay for more crafting? Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead and finish it. Local Laura's just out here crying. It's like, what are you doing to me? Stuff.
Fresh meat.
There we go. There's some ruined marble. That's all I wanted. Every system temporarily blinking out like that's always a bit unnerving. Because, I mean, this is all claimed. Might be complaining about this one. There we go. I'll refine my claimed chunks at some point. To set up weird gadgets in all the other places instead. Don't wear blinking out like that, though. It's very bothersome. So many files! God! Wait, where are all of my storage drives? Oh, there we go. Just on the wrong tab. Okay, we good. Okay. What's the point of all that? Oh yeah, it's making light wells. I suppose I could teach it how to do lenses. Which also means it needs to know how to do glass lenses in general. Where's my glass? I'll just do it like that. There we go. 2 more crafts into the list. I think I'll do... oh, say... 20 more light wells. That sounds good. Yeah, 20 more light wells. I need 60 ruined. 40, just making them all marble. Which I had to make specifically into chiseled. And 40 iron plates. I seem to be going to a lot of these iron plates, so just, I don't know, make 512 of them. That'll last for a bit. How am I doing on iron anyways? Because I feel like I'm going through a lot. I still have a good chunk, but I mean... ideal. Because I still need a bunch of steel as well. In fact, should probably make a nice buffer of steel. Let's go with 1,020. Actually, you know, I'll go with a little more. Because this is used in goddamn everything, and it's nice to have some on hand. There's actually a lazy A2 block for this. Lazy A2. Specifically for keeping the levels on things. ME level maintainer, and I'm curious to see if this causes a bunch of lag or not. Because if it doesn't, I am going to use the shit out of this. I should hook one up and just give it a shot, you know? Let's do a little bit of recipe teaching. I've already thought of the level emitter. Level... Alright, I actually had to look at the pages. No, I haven't. Ooh, the sky is angry. Look, just because I did a little bit of Thaumcraft doesn't mean you have to get pissy about it. I just want to see how well this thing works. That's all. I'm gonna slap it down here for the time being. Okay. Amount to maintain. Crafting batch size. Probably 64, so I imagine. That seems not too bad at all. So each one of these probably requires a channel, I would guess. Yes, it does. Yeah, that's not bad. Just hook up a point-to-point somewhere for these things and go to town. Tell them to batch craft a certain amount of stuff if I don't have it, and it'll be good to go. As long as it doesn't create a bunch of lag. Alright, I like the look of this. It's a shame it only does 5 items at a time, but I mean, it's something at least. There's a few things I would love to keep on buffer. In fact, I know exactly what I'm going to do this with. Can I just drag from the side? No, I actually had to have one of the items on hand. I want to make sure to always have the processors on hand. Let's give this a shot. So if I want to maintain, say, 256, do a batch 128 at a time for all 3 of these. Got to hit the check marks. Okay, I do actually have to put it in there. That appears to be working, and it doesn't seem to... Okay, it does use up all my crafting CPUs. Good to know that I'll probably need lots of crafting CPUs to get a lot of these up and running. But yeah, there we go. Match crafting. Now, is it gonna lag the crap out of the server or not is the question. It doesn't appear to be. Seems to be a much smarter way to do this than the crafting cards, which is nice. Either way, this thing's gonna be busy for a while, because that's quite a few of those to work on. But cool! I like those. All to make you wear them later. Like those I do, yes! Yeah, this guy's a little bit mad at me. What? What did I do? Why are you so angry? I didn't do nothing! Thunder God's biased against me. It's always mad. It's always mad at me. I didn't do nothing. I mean, the thunder strikes are just coincidence. I just kind of play it up as the world being angry at me. In reality, it just thunderstorms are a lot more common in FTB Interactions. That's all it is. Yeah, it's actually quite a nice coincidence that I ended up setting up base in a hot biome. Because I didn't really think about that at first, but it's actually really nice to not have the rain constantly pouring down. And to not have to actually waste time and energy making, like, rain shields and whatnot. It just doesn't rain in this biome. Which is funny, because I can probably fly, yep. I can fly this far out. And there is, in fact, rain. It's just the savanna portion that's shielded. Oh god. I went outside the radius of my ritual. I still wonder what happened to Airbud. That chicken is out there somewhere. But I haven't the foggiest idea where. What's in the water? Is that a horse? There's just multiple animals down here in the water. No, that's a llama! Well, they're enjoying a nice swim. Yeah, I guess the question is, do I even have plenty of these spare? Yes, of course I do! Oh, shut it! I didn't do nothing! I might have drained most of the local ore. I'm just making some nice-looking marble. It's fine! And making these really sucks, because I had to do them one at a time. I have no choice. Alright, 5 more. At least it permits me to have the rest of that stuff stacked in there, so all I need to do is put the new crystal in each time. Alright. Let's go back to the little compact machine. It's time to increase that Starlight production. Yes! And the other ones are going to be for liquid nightmares. Ah, the old base can stuff it. I haven't needed its goods in a long time. I'm just using it to put the more unsightly things. Oh, right, that's not actually a hole. Everything about this is fine, guys. Perfectly A-okay, nothing wrong here, nope. More liquid starlight. So many of these to do this with. Alright, now I need to get the outside portion ready to go on liquid nightmares. Well, there we go, that's multiplied the Starlight production by 4, which is always a good sight. Ah, delicious. Alright, let me go prepare liquid nightmares! You need to be changed. Yes. Let me grab this fluid node. This is the one I don't need anymore. There. Liquid nightmares. Ah, my legs. Alright, let me see. Ah, crap. My crafting computer's gonna be used up for the next 10 years. Like, but wait, I need one of those! Alright, hang on. I'll just assist the process a little bit. Now that I actually have time in a bottle back. Alright, hurry it up! This machine's always the holdup.
Finally, we can relate. Our side by side is fate. I knew all along we'd find some way to communicate.
Faster! Faster! More! I need to free up a CPU! I'm gonna make more crafting CPUs eventually, but I need to free up a CPU regardless!
I've been here before and I know that we must stand up tall. I'm not scared to ask when I'm not sure we can overcome it all. Speaking from nowhere else except your own.
No power? No problem. Come on! Step it up! Now, it's probably gonna shift over into engineering processes after this, but at least with those, I'll have a free CPU. We ain't done yet, keep going! Oh, I am still waiting on these, okay. That makes sense. Speaking of things I need to hurry the hell up. Alright, speed it up! Better! Let me guess, it's working on the next processors now. Oh, do I already have? I shouldn't have 256 of those. Yeah, I should be starting to request those soon. Interesting. I would have expected it to start requesting those by now. I guess it only checks every now and then to avoid lag. That makes sense. Since that was always a problem with the old one of those, is that they were very, very laggy. I'm obviously trying to prevent that from happening yet again. With that thing in place, I'm gonna need a whole bunch of small crafting CPUs, I think. Which definitely warrants the use of another point-to-point channel tunnel, yes. Oh yes! Miniature crafting CPUs! Lovely. I was still not done cutting all these. Oh my lord, there's another stack! Oh, I see, it's doing another entire batch because I had 0 of them. That makes sense. Whatever, I have my crafting CPU available now. That's all I needed. I just wanted to make another 5 of these, man. And like an upgrade, I guess. Okay, I can just kind of let it do its thing now. Alright, you all take your batteries back, and you can just keep on crafting. Keep on keeping on, my dude. This song's way too addictive. Why are you so catchy, Banjo-Kazooie? Why are you so catchy? Damn it, Grant! This is your fault! You magnificent bastard! Another excessively enchanted tank. Wonderful. It shall be my next glorious creation. Give me that. Wait, why was it filling up liquid? Huh. Seems a little bit unusual. 'Cause that should have been the one that was just telling it to fill this up. And that's long since been full. Let me go see about that. I just want to make sure I'm not sending liquid nightmares to a strange block. Okay, it is going to the right place. Just checking. Alright, I'm gonna need some more light wells. I need 5 more lenses. Actually, let's do 10 more, why not? Man, I'm holding 5 light wells. What am I am paying attention! I know what I do need to go grab, though, now I think about it. I need to place down this here ender tank. But it needs a particular coloration. And I know what I want to go with for liquid nightmares. My. Alright, how about some black dye? Actually, 2 black dye. And a purple dye! Oh, spooky nightmares! Black, purple. There we go. Liquid nightmares. It's very spooky. Alright, so I can pop this in here. And I can grab this here thing. It is indeed the season for spooky things. Yes. Alright, so we want to insert, what am I extracting on? Purple? Purple. So insert, purple. Extract on black. Insert on 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 purple. Extract on black. Have a good one, Grinko. Thanks for dropping by while you could. Liquid nightmares. Oh, it's very spooky up here. Look at these chickens working so hard. Alright, that appears to be working. Are we getting more liquid nightmares on the outside? Yes, the buffer works perfectly. Alright. Feels like I set this up like an hour ago, probably because I did. But it works! There's our two buffers. Liquid Starlight, liquid nightmares. Yes. It's alive! It's alive!
それとも全ての始まりなのか
It's alive! Alright, then just swap out my drink. It's compiled! It's compiled! Alright. So the last rack of machines that still needs to be set up is this one, the centrifuges and the fluid solidifiers. This one's gonna need its own tunnel, though, because the solidifiers can pretty much only do one type of thing, due to the requirement for a mold. I'm still gonna have two different ones for doing sheets, but other than that... Is that batch crafting even more of these things? I mean, I guess it's getting up to the requested number. I do wonder why it hasn't requested these. Is it because it's over 128? It's possible. Either that or it is only trying to use one crafting CPU at a time, in which case that's appreciated. Alright, so I'd very much like to get these set up because it's nice to be able to teach the system how to do like rubber sheets and glass and all that other good stuff. Which molds am I even using right now? Let's see, blocks, sheets, it's kind of the two big ones to be honest. Everything else doesn't matter as much. I'm gonna just set up two machines for each. Lock. Sheet. Sheet! Easy. That's the easy part. Now I actually gotta set this thing up. Right here. Temp. well, I mean, this is very close to the central line anyways. Probably have the point-to-point going right here. Alright, so give me one of these. And 2 standard ME cables. I might actually have to find a spot for another one of these. I mean, that's fine.
Too easy for me.
Let's put a tunnel right there. I need to get more of these controllers made, but that'll be for later. Later. Make sure I get all the basics up first. The tunnels cause the biggest jolt in our power usage on the network, so I try to use them as little as possible. Alright, I've used purple, green, blue, all these other colors. There's so many colors. What color could I use, I wonder? I'll probably just reuse green or something. Use an orange over there. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I can't just combine any more of these dyes. Oh yes, I am! I stand corrected, one moment. What does this make? Nothing. Basic color science and whatnot. I don't really want to think too hard about it right now. I can figure that out. We haven't updated the big board of accomplishments yet. No, not quite. Because I'm still technically working on this. It's a very long step, but a step nonetheless. I really should just use the color applicator. Oh well. A lot more efficient than just doing these individually. Center fudges are pretty much all just 1-to-1, so I don't have to worry about that too much. Some cable anchors down. Since these unfortunately have to all be volumetric interfaces, there's just no other way to go about it. Gotta keep things fairly individual with the fluid solidifiers. Should be all of this that I need for the time being. We'll get a couple more cables to plug in this tunnel, though. Let's go here. There we go. Now it has power. Need a new memory card. Wait, why is it making even more? Why am I perpetually making more logic processes? I should have enough! What the heck's going on? What's going on? Why do they keep... But it just crafted the... What? What's going on? I'm gonna speed this thing along, but I'm very confused. Didn't it just do these graphs? It's not even that, like, the batch, it already did a couple of batches. It should be good at this point. It's already done 2 of them. What I'm wondering is, what the heck happened to my processors that were just in the previous batch?
Let me see you dance, baby.
Wait, it's not detecting he was getting what? Where are they going? Where are they going, though? What? Okay, something weird's up. Because those are going in here as they should. Why aren't they hitting the ME system? Okay, something is very strange. Because they're getting imported, but the MA system doesn't think I have them. Yeah, it's just stuck at 152. It doesn't think I have any more. But I definitely have more! Okay, that's odd. Where the hell are those going? Because they're being made, but where are they? That is very weird. Where the hell did those end up? See, it still thinks I just have 152. I have more than that. Do the other processors get in too? No, it's just that one. What the hell's going on? Right then, storage monitor. pulling this away to my list, and so it actually had to have something in it. Because unfortunately, this is going to detect every goddamn machine. Alright, I can obviously search for pra. Doesn't appear to be anything here. Where is it going? Oh, this is gonna bother me a lot. Where did all those processors go? That was a ton of resources. What the hell happened? Why can't I see anything that's actually in these? All routable doesn't actually seem to work in that fashion. Great, great. I have zero idea where these things have been going. Because all it should be doing is going in here and then getting inserted into the ME system. Which means it's getting exported somewhere, but where the hell did it go? Because that was a lot of processors to just be missing. It only thinks I have 158. Where are these going? What? I'm triple checking all my ender chests to make sure they're only on insert only. Yeah, it's like, I'm worried that they're just getting voided. I'm trying crafting a few myself. Wait, now there's more. Now there's more. What? What's going on? They're trickling in, but where's it coming from? What? And why is it just one at a time? What? I don't understand. Wait, it's still crafting! I think I'm going to unhook this thing. Okay, that's obviously incredibly buggy, so let's not use that thing anymore. Why is it always so... Yeah, I guess there was a problem! I'm gonna try relogging, see if that fixes anything. How much of my hydrochloric acid did that use up? I still have quite a bit, but it took a good sizable chunk off of it. And it took most of my wafers. That's the one that bothers me. Where the fuck they go? Yeah, because now they're coming in as they should. Okay, so something is very, very, very wrong with the level. Yeah, maintainer. So I'm going to not use those anymore, since it seems to have been somehow voiding what it was crafting. Yeah, I only have the one crafting process. Well, I have two, technically. Like, literally the only valid location for these things to end up in is inside the system, so I wonder what happened to all of those other ones! Yeah, that's most upsetting. 22 million, I mean, make a good product, you will get the sales. Like, we're number one on those ones sometimes. Holy shit, yeah, that thing was causing a lot of errors. Look at all those errors! I wasn't avoiding those ones, like, these crafted fine, but something about these completely ruined it. And it never even tried to stock these. So many errors. I bet there was! Christ! And a silicon that I lost out of that. Ghouls. Well, time to cut these, I guess. Errors, please. I would like to be able to actually see JEI, please. Okay, I get it! It caused a lot of errors, I understand! Give it a rest! Trust me, I'm aware! It kinda took a lot of my shit. It's still going. It's gonna throw an error for every single one of them that got voided, because that might take a bit. Can I just... No, it's still gonna keep coming. It shouldn't have, because none of the recipes it was requesting involved those logical processes. And there's still a question of where the hell did they go? Like, that's the thing. There was supposed to be, like, another 256, maybe even, like, 384 of these. They're just gone! So yeah, I'm never using that thing again, because it's somehow even worse than the default crafting cards that lag the shit out of the game. Sadly, there's no easy way for me to check all the inventories because, well, there's a lot of them. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, getting those other machines ready. How the fuck was it avoiding them? God, that's so annoying! It's... Just cast into the void, nowhere to be seen again. Of course I don't have a trash can tied to the system. The only trash can in the whole base is... Actually, I don't even have a single trash can in the whole base. I've got a fluid trash can, and that's about it. They just disappeared. So freaking mad. Yeah, whatever. At least these are filling. Anyways. And I'm gonna need 4 interfaces of the volumetric variety, since these are entirely done with liquids. Right then, let's start getting these plugged in. These can all use liquids, so I'm gonna actually go ahead and plug them all in. Might as well get this ready. So many conduits. So many conduits. The never-ending supply of oh, this is gonna look really weird without facades. I mean, I could just as easily make facades. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, it's just a missing bit of concrete. I wonder how long that's been there. How long's that been like that? Do I want to know? I'm not sure. Well, let me start configuring these. So the two blocks I want to be white. Insert white. And I guess for these ones I don't really need an insert item, so. Alright, and these ones are gonna be black. Actually, I guess I do technically need to use a different channel color for these. Or do I? Yes, it would technically be recommended. But it should be, well, I should use a different color for each. Well, fine, I'll use similar colors. This'll be gray. And this'll be light gray. Ooh. Alright, that should be good. Gonna have to pull some shenanigans to make this work, though. Shenanigans involving a crate so I can have more channels available. Oh, he's off by one. That's 16, and that would be all my channels. What am I gonna do about the liquids? Oh yeah, I guess the liquids doesn't really matter. They're their own individual thing. Have that here. Start on pink. Then all I gotta do, have another hookup right here. Insert on pink. Ah, the joys of making sure everything works properly. Okay. Disconnect these. And there we go, it's its own separate thing. That I also have to do over here. Somewhat annoying that, but necessary. Alright, I need another ender chest. Two of these. 8 titanium screws. And once again, 4 of these. There's still so many automations left, it's actually kind of insane. There's all the Botania stuff, like just getting all this stuff in the base dealt with. I don't have to worry about it for large amounts of future progress. It's kind of crazy, a little bit. Like, even automating this thing's a bit of a hassle. It's not too bad, but it's still a bit of a hassle. There's an ender. Get 2 more of these chests going. That back in the system. I'm trying to get a bunch of these automations set up just so I can clear out this space. It's getting pretty close at this point, honestly. I don't need this anymore. And this used to be liquid Starlight, I think? No, this is rubber. This can go. Both have crappy enchantments. Those can go. Just get rid of those. There we go, 2 new spare ones. Slowly but surely I'm getting rid of all those liquids. And just putting them into compact machines instead. Mineral will be an easy one. Chlorine's just gonna be a bit of a result of this guy. There's gonna be a bunch of liquids I have to deal with in the future. Either way, let's go ahead and make sure that this ender chest is ready to go. Insert on pink. There we go. Cause a bit of an increase in power usage of the network, but it'll be fine! Everything will be okay. Alright, gray, white, black. I mean, light gray, white. This one's gonna be set up now. Output here is black. This one's standard gray. The cart back there is tricking me a little bit. It's like, I see movement in the background. What's going on? And then I have to remember, oh, it's just the Mana Railroad. It's fine. It's just the Mana Railroad. Alright, so I can make a couple more patterns. Such as... Give me 1,000 millibuckets of glass! So I'm pretty sure I can do this. Yeah, it takes 1 bucket. Get rid of that. I want 2 of these patterns. When I do need glass, it can be crafted very quickly. These are both the blocks, so... At least I think they're the blocks. Yes. I mean, I already have tons of glass, but if I wanted, say, a little more glass, like, oh, I don't know, another 640 glass? Oh, right, that's the problem. There is that issue. Okay. It's like, I need more of those vials. Speaking of glass. Hey, yo, can I borrow that real quick? It seems I need more vials. Wait, I don't have a recipe for glass bottles yet? No, that's easy enough to fix. Oh man, look at that, it's glass bottles. What circuit do I need for this? I need circuit number 13! Sure. Kinda shocking how slow that is. It's just making volumetric flasks. I am fine, I got laugh patrons. Laugh patron. That's a little better. Right then. I mean, it is a pretty big... It's a pretty big flask, but at the same time... It can at least hurry up a little bit. Let's go for a much more conservative 256 glass. Oh, there it goes. Why is it only using one of them? Oh well. I guess because it doesn't really have to do more than that. Either way, it appears to be working. Either that or this one isn't configured properly. Oh, I know what the issue is. I know exactly what the issue is. Amazing! It did, in fact, divide it perfectly between them. There. Solved that problem before it becomes an issue on the other side. There. I have a spare chiseled dark concrete. Where did this come from? Oh well. Problems for later. Okay, there. Now that's working at least. I need recipes for things like rubber sheets will be a big one. That's an 144 flask. I have a lot of those, so that's fine. Two of these, please. Yeah, that should be good. I'll make those. So if I wanted to request, say, some rubber sheets... Actually, I don't even have any of these, so it's a good thing I set that up. Yeah, there it goes. Nice. Success! Nice light show we got going on. Blink, 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 blink. Alright, good. The other one I want to take a look at is polyvinyl chloride sheets. Yes, I'm almost out of those. I have little doubt in my mind. I'm gonna need more of these, so polyvinyl chloride. Heat. Goes through the fluid solidifier, it's 144 again. Whoop. and plop these in here too. Probably should do polyethylene sheets and epoxy sheets. Polyethylene sheet. Polyethylene. 144. Ah, chemistry. So much beautiful automation to take changes to set up, but this is actually a pack that's long enough to warrant it! Alright, now some polytetrafluoroethylene. Polytetrafluoroethylene sheet. Teflon! It's Teflon. Alright, epoxy! My favorite! Yes! Alright, there we go. Go ahead and install these patterns so it knows how to make all these. Beautiful! I mean, it's nice that basically all the machines are up and ready to go. I just need to set up interfaces and recipes and all that other good stuff for those. Oh. I think it's time for a brief pause so I can set up the Mana Railroad. We're working on the machines for a bit, so how about the mana? After all, this thing still going. Good lord. How much mana does this thing have stored away? It's still efficient. Okay, duly noted, this thing stores a metric ton of mana in it. Jeez. I want to set the Mana Railroad anyway, so I'm gonna. This I still need to set up at some point, because I'm going to need stock on brine, liquid lithium, and chlorine, which are the three main ones I'll get from that. Still need my water compact machine, my mineral compact machine, and I mean, the resin isn't completely necessary. It can work, but it's just not necessary. But I do use resin for a little bit. I mean, I guess. I just need a big enough compact machine to grow a tree in it, I guess. Now we get all these liquids out of the way at the very least. And then I finally have space here to set up manual machines. Boy. But for now, it's the Mana Railroad. Let me go see what I need. Alright, I already have the spare mana pump. I'm gonna need a couple of diluted mana pools. Lots of redstone. An advanced repeater. And the comparator, yeah, that seems about right. Just a lot of standard redstone. Okie dokie then! The advanced redstone repeater. Whoop. One, please. It's a box of redstone. I know I'm gonna need one of these and a couple of these to act as the stop of sorts. And just a pile of regular redstone to work with. Now, how far back should I put this stop? Alright, the diluted maniples. I'll get this ready to go first. I don't want to go too far back on this one. So let me try this much. Alright, and that'll be where the stop goes there. Where this will hopefully work. And a detector rail. Don't need this anymore. Scoop up this. It's this guy, which goes into one of these. Alright, let me just make a lever. Yes. Need that for some testing purposes. Also to get this turn established. Alright, so this one I had configured to 62, okay. I have a little bit more space over in this direction, so this could be a bit more compact of a setup. Alright, so I'm gonna need this while I was driving by to release the redstone signal. So let's make those diluted mana pools. Man, a railroad stuck in the mana. I definitely don't need anything more than this. It's just redundant if I use any bigger of a quantity of mana pools than the diluted ones. Just a waste of resources. to use that. I can have the comparator going. Make sure it's not completely empty. And in actuality, that should probably work. Because it needs to turn on so it can go in the right direction from here, and it needs to turn on. If that's his default. Yeah, that's right, okay. And then I just have something like this. They do that. Place this here. Yeah, that should do it. Need to get my sparks out and the actual mana pool, but other than that... Spark. I need 2 of these. 1 dominant, 1 recessive. I do hope this ends up being out of range. Mana pump. And I need a mine cart with a mana pool in it. Do this to freeze the hourglass. This in here. Lock it so I don't accidentally remove it. Did I lock this one? Yes, it did. It's a few steps, but it makes for a really nice little mana transportation system. In theory, that should be good. The only problem with having this underground is it's difficult for me to see where all this is going. But hopefully it hits all of them. Only one way to find out! Oh, my champion. Oh, that looks good. Yes, yes, all looks good. I take a look above ground. Yep, it's reaching all the way over to the far side. That's perfect. Looks like it's even got enough here. Yep. Alright, that seems good. I love this little thing. It's probably still going to be empty for a little bit. I just need to wait and see until it actually fills all the pools and has some left over. Because for now, there was quite a bit of mana to fill back up. Okay, now they're full. So this should turn on to the repeat stop instead. Oh, that's the wrong way around. No, it wasn't the wrong way around. Hang on. Interesting, why isn't that giving off a signal anymore? I don't see what's different! Oh, I see what's different. Duh. Sometimes it's the easiest things. There we go. Might help putting the comparator on the right block. It's this thing gives out the signal, not the pool. There we go. Now prevent any more wasted mana. And that's another stop on the old Mana Railroad done. Cool. And now the botanical fishery can just go for as long as it wants. Oh, my poor mana. Don't worry, Creosote, it won't be too much longer, okay? Oh my god, I keep going through so much of it! I might be using just a touch of my mana. I don't even want to think about how much creosote that is. Other than the words, a lot. Alright, so I want to see something. Draconic. I mean, I can make these now. I just had to make the improved Ender Eyes by hand for the time being. Just until I have custom machines up and running. Ooh, that's a recipe I can program. Very nice. Move out. That's an interesting blast furnace recipe, but yeah, I can do that. Nether stars. Oh yes, now we're getting to the really expensive stuff. Very well. I should probably just free up an assembler for all this. Which means it's time to use this one! What color do I have available? I haven't done brown yet, we'll do brown. You certainly have a more exciting color than that. I definitely haven't used lime yet, we'll use lime. Let's get another volumetric interface up and running, because I want to start teaching this how to start doing some dumb shit. I want to make a little bit of actual progress now that all these automations are up and running. Oh, yes. I doubt I'm gonna have enough dimensional shards for this, but this will be glorious indeed. I don't see how this could possibly go terribly wrong. Alright, let's see. Pop down an assembler right here. Okay, let's see. So if I want to create these things, then I need these, and if I need these, then I need these, and I need these, then I need these. And then it needs 144 glowstone. One volumetric flask, please. There we go, that'll teach you how to make infused diamonds. Alright, next! Let's see. It just needs to know how to make these guys. And that's 1,000 Resonant Ender. I suppose that could be arranged. Ender 1,000! Go ahead and plop these two in. I'm sure this is all perfectly safe. Alright, let's see. Next! If I want to make one of these, then I need 10,000! Woo! That's a lot of liquid Starlight. 10,000! Oh, right! I haven't hooked the Starlight up yet! Should probably do that. But I'm kinda out of surfaces to put down point-to-point channels for the time being. Oh, the struggles. I've run out of surface area for my tunnels! I mean, I guess I could make another controller. Why not? I'll teach you how to make the various parts. Alright, let me pin the relevant ones. So this. Extrude! Silver alloy is kind of annoying because it comes in two different varieties. But I can at least do this. Oh yes, the small lithium batteries. That's a whole other issue. Thankfully, I made plenty of them ahead of time. Okay, I just need 2 of the rest of them, so... How about I just try to make, oh, I don't know, another 3 controller blocks? Works for me. It doesn't know how to make storage monitors. Very well. Now it does. Oh, I actually already have enough. Let's see, so we get this and a little of this. Working on that. I know I just needed to grab the 12 cables because I get them back every time I craft one of these things. I just need some sky stone. Of various cables will be fine. What's the holdup? Oh, right, the crafting units, they're kind of a little pricey. Alright, those are pricey. Jeez. Alright, come along. Get those done. Since those go right at the top, I'll just get the rest of this done anyways. Alright, I also need the engineering things. Engineering processes. Crafting monitors. Right then, let's get to work. Oop, 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 oop. All right, this goes in the middle. This whole thing is so silly. There we are. And it gives me the cables back every single time. Energy, energy, that thing. Jelly in the middle. Delicious arcing electricity. Oh, yes. It means it's working. It is kind of interesting that it just kind of gives you your cables back. It's like, well, why did I need to put the cables on there in the first place then? Just to make it look nice? Because I can appreciate that. Oh, come on. And there we go, 3 more controller blocks. My controller's gonna be much larger eventually, but for now... Oh, the network's not gonna like this one! It always gets upset when I install new cables. There we go, more surface area. Ba-bam! Alright, how much power am I using now? Because I imagine that increased it by a decent chunk. Alright, it kind of needs to reconnect everything. It's thinking. It's still thinking! Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, good long thunk about that one. We are currently using 812.69 EU. Nice. It's not bad. You can handle that. When all the controllers I actually want to get placed down, though, is gonna get expensive. Nice. Yeah, I consumed the heck out of those processors. They're just nowhere to be seen. Still mad about that. Alright, so what I want is one dense red cable for right here. I think I'll go with green this time for the colors. And I'm gonna need a new memory card, because I need to set these things up in the first place. That way I can set up some more point-to-point tunnels. I had to force myself to say it like that. My peppercorns! Why'd you have to bring up the peppercorns? I was rather upset when my peppercorn tree got burned down. I had to fly around for so long to find those things. It's most upsetting. My peppercorns! I mean, I don't really have a peppercorn tree anymore. I just grow them in the phytogenic insulator when I need them. No, it's not gonna like this. It's just a whole lot of me making the network very upset. There we are, one of those so I can actually keep track of how many channels I'm using. Oh yeah, I did plant some in the void. You're right. I forgot about that. Alright, so I'm gonna need some fluid storage buses. things that exist in the void. But it's mostly just like Thumbcraft stuff and like an automation that I have going. So not a whole lot. I'm gonna have to make some more destabilized redstone. Whoa! Yep. Yeah, I'm kind of low on that. It's not too surprising considering what I've been making, but at the same time, woof. That one hurts. Oh, my adorable man of Railroad, I love you. Alright, so prioritize Liquid Starlight. Priority 10,000! I think that's what I was doing on all of these. Yes. There, now if anything actually needs these, they're good to go. I just need to set up the memory card. And that's how I hook up my automations into the ME network. Now that I have a new one of these I could use. And boop. Nope, it doesn't affect your overworld. Flux in Thumbcraft 6 is very localized anyways. It doesn't really do very much. It doesn't spread like it used to. The worst it causes is some danger noodles, so nothing too severe. It just occurred to me. I know I got my drill set up to run again, but did I switch it on? I don't think I switched it on at any point. No, I have thankfully left it off. But I could switch it on. Perhaps later. Yeah, the Mad Space Station. I don't come up here super often, but... It's a bit of a place, this one. Slightly less elaborate of a construction than last time, but a different kind of thing is. Detector readings are reversed. Be very careful. I mean, it isn't a pocket dimension. It's in the void. Oi. Oi. I'm pretty damn sure that counts as a pocket dimension. Unless you mean the compact machines, in which case, there's actually no aura at all in compact machines. I did give that a shot. There's just no V there at all. Not even a drop. Not even one little teeny tiny drop. Alright, that should be a new buffer coming in. So can it see Liquid Starlight now? It sure can. And there's the Liquid Nightmares. Good, good. All is well. Okay, right. So now I can get back to what I was doing. Draconic. I needed a 10,000 millibucket. Oh, come on. I thought there was a 10,000. Wait, instead of comma? No. Starlight. Oh, I probably haven't made any of the 10,000s. Hang on. Okay, they actually don't exist. Ah, shoot. Well, what do I have available then if I don't have 10,000? I guess it's 16,000 instead. Alright, so I'll do an 8,000 and two 1,000s then. I can do it 2,000. Okay, good enough. God. Give me an 8,000. Shit. Fine, let me make some more flasks. God. Give me those. Right. Give me the circuit. I'll have to make a few flasks. No big deal. This is circuit number 16. This thing's gonna take forever to craft. Wait, why are these ones so much faster than the 1,000s? They're about the same speed, but still, what the... What the... Did I at least make 2,000s? Yeah, I got a stack, okay. Alright, hang on, let me go get some more. Why, we have lots and lots and lots and lots of glass. There. Flasks. Okay then. Starlight. 8,000. One, please. Starlight. 2,000. One, please. Draconic. These might be a wee bit expensive. There, now it knows how to make those. Right then. But wait, there's more. It needs to know how to make these. In turn, it also needs to know how to make these. Which means it needs to know how to make diamond plates, which I don't think I've taught it in the cutting saw yet. Nope. Which means I need to teach it diamond blocks. Oh man, here we go. Here comes the patterns. Okay, good, I can just drag it. Diamond. Diamond. Alright, and I can also teach it how to do this. So this one goes into the cutting machine. This one goes into the compressor. These are two crafting recipes. But it needs to know how to make star metal bolts! Oh my god. Our metal bolts are done in the extruder! Our metal screws are done in the lathe. Extrude! Bolt. That seems good. Okay. Does it know enough for me to attempt to make it make these things? Okay, I'm missing dimensional shards and star metal, actually. I mean, just give me a few of these. Bam! I'll get some star metal. Do I have that machine on even? No, turn it back on. Turn this one on too. Alright, so dimensional shards on the other hand. Dimensional shards. I mean, I can make them, but it's not too interesting. Infinity egg. I think I actually need to go back to the nether. It's been so long. Let's grab a snack and then I'll go find me some dimensional shards. Seems good. When's the last time I've been to the nether? Must have been over a month by now. Yeah, small road trip to the nether, no big deal. As soon as I get a snack. To recharge by now, so let me have my hearts back. I suppose I can bother healing myself up before going to a different dimension. I still haven't gone through all the damn food I got out of the space dungeon. There's just so much food in there. I can finally get my HP up to its full amount, and it's pretty high. Holy shit, I can automate. I can automate heart containers. Hang on, that sounds hilarious. Let me, I really shouldn't do this, but it sounds too funny not to. Hey, I need some rabbit stew. I've run out of an ingredient. It's probably, yeah, raw tofu. Tofabit. Rabbit stew. Oops. Well, I guess I have... Oh, that's gonna crash the game. The last time I accidentally shift-clicked at that, it crashed the game, and it's gonna do it again! I shift-clicked, it's my fault! I pressed the shift-click, no, oh, it survived, wow. That's unexpected. It lives! I need 19.7. Gee, I wonder if I have 19... Oh, it's use all 7. Where'd all my 7 go? Fine, I still have some in the fridge. Don't forget, you're too effective sometimes. See, how many enchanted golden apples am I gonna take? Just 2. Not ideal, but I mean, it's something. Let me go get some poisonous potatoes from our polyethylene automation. I believe I have some of those. Yes. Polyethylene. Hey, don't mind me, I'm just coming in to pick up some poisonous potatoes. Alright, it needs to be taught how to make a block of emerald. Heart container.
Oh yeah, looking good.
Ah, the pumpkin pies, right. Oh wait, it only is a standard golden apple, not an enchanter one. My bad. Makes things easy. Well, in that case... I'll just swap these out. Okay, do I have enough lily pads? Yes. Do I have enough pumpkin pie? No. Well, let me take these 6 and I'll make another 13. It's gonna be so stupid. Do I have enough cookies? I do. Okay then, if I want 19 of these, can you make those? Right, the golden apples, excuse me. I had to make it know how to do that. Oh, but I don't have a chemical reactor set up. Fine, I'll do it myself. Advanced chemical reactor! Wonderful! Oh, how's the game gonna handle this many heart containers? I clearly don't have enough HP yet, so let's keep on rolling this HP bar around. Alright, I can't eat them yet because I'm not hungry. Well, that's unfortunate. Gonna work off all that food I just ate. Just a quick run. We're just getting a light jog in, it's fine. Wait, do I have the maximum number of heart containers? Why can't I eat this? It's not letting me eat them. Do these actually have a limit? Have I reached the limit? No! What a waste. Oh well. What do you mean I'm not allowed to have more health? I do have a bee farm. One more of these. I can't go to the nether. Slightly disappointing. My health is as high as it's going to get for now. Okay, definitely switch that up to rare ones of these. Oh hey, dimensional shards. How convenient. Anyways. Drill! Oh right, I drill extremely fast now. Well, at least it won't be very hard to find them. Oh, hey, dimensional shards. Isn't that convenient? Don't go too fast, you say? All right, I haven't set up... I haven't set up another rack yet. Yeah, let me have 2 stacks in another rack. I had 3 stacks in another rack. But that's it, that's the most you're getting. This drill is ridiculous. Nom 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 nom. I'm making my own labyrinth down here. Never to be seen from again. Yeah, let's
It's just me mining.
It's just the nether, so I don't really care about ripping the place apart like this.
There's a place down here.
Yo, how's it going? It does sound like a goddamn Geiger counter. Jeez. That's netherrack for you. It's got no durability whatsoever, so I just kind of cleaved through it. Oh hey, I cleaved through it so fast that the server lagged.
Seems about right.
I'm getting a powerful hunger from all this. Need food. Whew. All that high-speed drilling works up an appetite. Crashing into netherite the whole time too, because it's way more common in this pack than it should be.
But whatever.
It's not like it's used for anything. It's used for a few things, but nothing too substantial. Now the real question's gonna be, where do I go to get back out of this afterwards? Oh, my inventory is literally full on dimensional shards.
Maybe that's enough.
No, there is the small problem now of how the hell do I get back out?
Where did I come from?
Hey, Pigman, have you seen the entrance? I have created an elaborate labyrinth at this point. Okay, it's probably back that way. need them if you're in either creative mode or in the administrator or just, you know, anything like that. Oh. Hey fellas, have you seen the start of my tunnel? Oh, I got turned around. Wait, I see it! It's across all this lava! Oh, hey, I'm free!
What have I done?
What a mess. And, well, that was a trip to the nether. This drill is too powerful, it needs to go away. And that's why I don't use it in the base anymore. Alright, I got a non-negligible amount of ancient debris in there as well. I've definitely destroyed more than a few machines with that drill before, and I'm just like, you know what? I need a good single block digger. Oh hey, the atomic disassembler, that always works. Okay! I got some dimensional shards now! Alright, I didn't actually put the star metal into the system yet. It's right here. I guess I can craft these things then. Do I only need 8? Fusion! No, it does require more sometimes. I'll make 8 for now, because that's the most common crafts. Someday. Set XP! Here goes nothing! I'm about to get some Draconic stuff going. The real thing that's gonna take a while is these are probably god-awfully slow in the blast furnace. Oh, yes! Yes, they are. In fact, this seems like the perfect time for me to be right back real quick. Quick burb! Commercial break! All that good stuff. Back in like 3 minutes. Alright, there we go. Nice little stretch break. Euclidies. Welcome. Okay, I bet none of these are done crafting yet. No, they're not. We're waiting on a bunch of these. Oh, that's gonna take a while. Okay, while that's doing its thing. And thanks for the 2 gift subs going on over to Schaefer. And, well, I'm just gonna call that spaghetti because I can't read that. This is surprisingly easy of a craft. Okay. Oops. It'd help if I actually taught it. Alright, here's how you make the fusion crafter. Everything I want to craft is just gonna go in there. Fusion! Why, yes, there is glorious automation. Wow, it's already done. That was pretty fast. I don't know exactly where I'm gonna be placing this right now. Wait, how many of these does it want me to make? Should probably look. Probably in the space dimension? Yeah, here it is. Oh, it's just 8. And it gives me the other 4! Ooh! And Cosmic Meatball! Oh, man, these damn things! Oh, God, memories. Getting Project Ozone flashbacks and not good ones. Well, we were actually above 1,000 subs before the end of September. So I'm still going through the goals that were assigned to that one, because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of goals. So in summary, nothing yet, but soon. We managed to hit like 1,400 or something last month. Ridiculous. Or it might have been, I think it was 1,200. Either way. We got new emotes out of it. Are they safe to eat? They're actually quite safe to eat, yes. They're apparently quite good. I'm gonna try to get away with just using spectral coils for these for now. Oh yeah, I suppose I haven't taught this thing how to make a vacuum tube. Which requires the ball. Let's do a little manual crafting, it's fine. Let me teach you how to do second tier spectral coils first. That means it also needs to know how to make a microchip level 2. See, which one of these do I actually have spare room for? I mean, this machine could work. Not gonna be this one. Yeah, sure, I'll put those in here. See, which one's currently handing microchips level 1? Okay, yeah, there's no space. That's fine. Not being able to expand the volumetric interfaces does make me a bit sad, though. I'm gonna try one thing just to see if it works. Nope. Okay. And the other cards for possibly expanding this doesn't work either, so... Unfortunately, the volumetrics just don't seem to have any upgrades that work, despite having the same interface as the other ones. Oh hey! One of the fusion cores is done! Oh my god, these things are so slow! At least it doesn't involve the Solus mod or whatever it was last time where I had to sacrifice a bunch of chickens. This got decidedly streamlined. I guess in the meantime, I'll swap this out to the fluid extractor, and I'm gonna get myself some redstone because we need it. For some reason, I seem to be rather lacking on it. Get the big reservoir. Time and a bottle. I need another battery. There we go, it's a little better. Give the stabilized redstone a little bolster after using all that. I need to get more of these blast furnaces hooked up. Because just having one cooking these really slow things is very painful. It's going as fast as it can! Oh wow, speaking of slow, oh my god! That is really slow! Boop. Boop. Holy shit! Well, at least that one can be timed and bottled. Safely. It's going as fast as it can. What do I need for this artifact again? Damn, I can make all those. And just a piece of moon turf? Oh, that's really tempting. You don't say. That's really not that bad. I have all these materials. And this really isn't that expensive either. I see. Yeah, chaotic tier. There's no tiers lower than chaotic in this. Normally you're supposed to step up the Draconic stuff one tier at a time. Speaking of, do I still need to make the armor? Because, I mean, that would be a worthwhile armor to update to. Tungsten steel. Right, I need to be able to make Wyvern cores. I can make... Well, not quite, actually. Sudden realization. Oh, right, those are very expensive. Ludicrous voltage tier. That's when I can comfortably make the armor upgrade. God. Ludicrous voltage. These are all very expensive. Like the neural processing unit. Look how expensive that is. Amazing. stem cells made out of soy milk, because of course. Oh, I'm not gonna stare at those late game recipes too long. They're frightening. I will, however, start to work on the core, I guess? I mean, sure, let's pick the space parts. It needs 2 blocks of gold. It needs how many blocks? Well, I need to teach you how to make a titanium block. Through the extruder! Extrude block! Okay, it wants me to make how many of those? 8 of them. Okay. Look, we make some very fancy computers eventually. Very fancy. It's a very complicated mod pack. It's labeled as an expert pack for a reason. Warp controller. Oh yeah, these guys. I'll worry about that later. Warp core. Copper coils. Wait. Thankfully, I believe my polarizer knows how to make those. Why, yes, it does. Warp controller. It doesn't know how to make red alloy plates, glass pane. Wait. Glass pane? Glass pane. Oh. Easy enough. Glass 1000. We'll plop these into place. I haven't set up the precision assembler and the automations yet, so it'll be fine. I'll just make some of those myself. Okay, it needs to know how to make a red alloy plate. Oh man! Red alloy plate. Metal bender. Okay, what else does it need? Just these? Okay, I'm gonna handle that. Alright, let's see. I just need a few of these. So those are made with copper, silicon, and redstone. I mean, I might as well just make a stack, right? Jeez. Yeah, it sounds more than a little exhausting, Kinnick. Jeez. Definitely have yourself a nice, well-deserved pizza and cake. Pizza and the cake. Precisely. Wait, can I? Whoa!
That does work.
Neat. Wait, was that the Fusion Crafters finishing? No, it's just time in a bottle causing weirdness. This is something I've noticed, is that time in a bottle does some weird shit. Warp controller. Gonna make a warp drive. I think a dilithium crystal anyways. Seems about right. Chemical reactor. Fluorine! Oh no, whatever will I do? It's not like I don't have a large amount of fluorine. I could use the extra hydrofluoric acid. Give me that. In that case, chemical reactor. Let's take some lithium. Pool stacks. And we combine it with some a fluorine. Like so. Bada bing, bada boom, we got some dilithium. And I guess I'll teach you how to make a dilithium crystal, because why not? Only gets me a tiny bit of hydrofluoric acid, but it's some at least. Oh yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. It's almost done. This isn't what I was expecting to finish off the stream with today, but maybe I'll touch down on Euclidies Prime. Ah, the warp core is, the warp controller is done. Now I need a warp core, which I can also do. Nice, nice. All right, input hatch. I guess I'm also gonna need a station. Don't really need a gravity controller. I'm trying to steer. What station-related machines do I have? The orientation controller is the one I like. Space elevator. Might just be another guidance computer. There we go. Make an input hatch. The fusion crafters are, still chugging along there. They're doing their best. Oh, that's a fluid input hatch. Oops. That makes sense of why the crafting recipe had a bucket. Oops. Alright, dilithium crystals. Here, let me just give this a bit of a kickstart. Alright, get moving. I use very little fluorine, huh? Right then. Give me some dilithium crystals. Probably best to make the whole stack, so there's no worry about whether or not we'll make it. You must use the dilithium crystals, sir. To boldly go where no Steve has gone before. They give me the ingredients so they make like an enclosed space. But nah, my space station design doesn't work with that. We're just gonna be off in... No, we're just gonna be in space. Well, while that thing's crafting, I guess I'll go set up this. The engine can go over here. Where's my hollow projectile? There it is. Alright. I need... the warp core! Okay, warp core is this one. I'm surprised this doesn't use advanced machine structures, but sure. Input hatch goes from the top. And the rest should just be titanium. Nice of them to give me some of the titanium back. But I need to craft this thing. I think that's everything? Yeah. Warp core! I should probably give this thing a little bit more dilithium crystals. If I put this on like numpad 2. Okay, I'm gonna need a guidance computer. That's not too surprising. Can't really go anywhere if my space station doesn't know where the heck it's flying. Let's make a guidance computer. Captain. We have dilithium crystals, but we have no frickin' idea of where I'm supposed to be going right now. Gonna make another stack of these, because it's always good to have lots of fuel. Are these done yet? I mean, I can time in a bottle what's left of it. Because these are going real slow. Okay, hang on. Let me give you a boost. You look like you could use it.
It's still slow even with the time in a bottle.
Whew. Oh god, the battery.
Don't want that running out of juice halfway through.
Alright, the fusion cores are done. Another stack of these, please. Jean. Hey. Thank you for the other 4. Thank you. It's gonna be a very temporary setup for this, but hey. I have no idea if this is gonna give them enough juice, but we'll see. Alright, hang on, let me teach this thing how to make a guidance computer, because we need to know where we're going. Now, obviously, I don't have any tracking circuits ready, right? No, of course not. These have to be made like this. Wafer, gold, redstone. I need more redstone. And ender eyes. Enough of this ambient noise. Wafer! Alright, set it back in. There we are. That'll allow me to make my guidance computer. What about the altitude controller? Yeah. It's an interesting little thing. I like it. Got a nice tactile feedback, you know? Things my computer doesn't know how to make right now. A compass. Why would I use the assembler recipe? That's just objectively slower. Alright, let me grab the extra dilithium. And let me see if I got this up and running at least. How much fuel does my rocket have in it anyways? It's got enough. Wait, why do I have an extra warp controller? Oh, right! I know why. It wasn't used in the multi-block, dum-dum. This is the guidance computer. Nowhere to go! Fuel cost 1, fuel 1,000. Wait, where'd the planet go? There's the planet. Hi, planet. Wait, let's get a nice angle going. All right, all right, all right. Let's do a little bit of a steer. Whoop. Whoa. Hi, planet. That's cool, though. Okay, maybe a little too much. A little too much. Gently. Gently. Maybe a little bit back the other way. That's better. Hi, planet. Okay, you know what? Maybe back a little bit back the other way again. Yeah, there we go. The more subtle angle works. Look, it's unfortunate, but the G-diffusion system couldn't take it. There, that looks much nicer. Oh yeah, I suppose I should probably have a celestial gateway handy. Thankfully, I'm pretty sure I have a spare. Why, yes. Yes, I do. But first, I gotta actually craft this thing. Euclidies Prime Artifact. One of two things happen. You either fall back towards the planet, or you die! Polytetrafluoroethylene, some chrome. Yeah, I can teach you this. Polytetrafluoroethylene! I mean, we're still within the planet's gravity range, though barely. You really float up there. Man, it's still recovering from all that mana I used, huh? If I can't get to this place soon enough, I'm not actually gonna have enough crystal for all this. I mean, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have access to a mana chicken, which makes mana eggs, that I can set up in light wells to turn into wizardry mana, which then goes through the mana extrapolator to turn into Botania mana, and then that can go into the spark system. So that's how that's gonna work. We'll be fueled by chickens. Two atomics, please. Ah, right. This thing probably has no idea how to make chrome plates either. Bending foils, bending plates. You please. Do I have at least 2 demonic slates handy? I do. Other than that, it's just stellar alloy and some resonating gems. Seems fine. I'll probably switch entirely over to chickens for mana afterwards. The creosote oil was nice, but like, I mean, I suppose I can keep 1 batch of creosote oil. That way it's not getting divided between 2 things again. Which is kind of creating part of the current problem, is that I'm using 2 batches of the flowers. Either way, things are gonna get a little bit more compact. Damn, those are kind of slow, huh? Alright, stellar alloy. Oh yeah, and I need 1 singular piece of moon turf. That's dark moon turf. I need I'm going to the moon for 1 piece of regular colored moon turf. Oh, that's very silly. fall damage on the moon. What is this? Wow, how slow is that craft? Ah, I see. It doesn't seem that slow. Wonder what the holdup was. All right. I guess I gotta spread them out. That would make sense. Alright, single item mode it is. That's just for batch crafting. Ooh. Cool. All right. I'll take my trophy, please. This one's definitely going right here. The dimensional trophies. Woo! Trophy case.
Cyan Deathwater.
The oceans of Euclides seem to be filled with a slightly acidic blue liquid. Analysis has shown it to be exceedingly high in copper content. This may provide a limitless source of copper if you were to pump and refine it. There are even rumors of a genetically modified chicken that could produce this fluid. What efficient nuclear chamber? Wait, why are you giving me a maximum compact machine for this? Provide massive amounts of steam capable of generating LUV tier power in turbines when provided with processed uranium fuels. Why are there chickens? Because there's always chickens. Alright, so let me see. I need 4 engraved, 4 runed. Let me get the goods. So I think it's 4 chiseled, 4 engraved, 20 arches, and 25 sooty. I mean, he's not that big. But get some new chickens, yeah! I just really wanted to go to Euclides. Okay, let's see. I gotta chisel all these. Let me just double check. This is chiseled, right? No, it's runed. That's why we double check. These are at least arch, right? Yes. Engraved. Arc. Alright, that'll allow me to get back. There's only one thing to do now. A little bit of space travel. Alright, let's go ahead and give the Warp Controller the artifact. Damn, do I actually have to go ahead and get data for this? I guess I do! Damn. 100 of each data type required. Fine. Let me go get some data. Yes. Aw, man! I'm gonna need like an observatory or something. I guess I can set up an observatory. I done? Search for planet. Oh, jeez! I thought that was just gonna take me to the usual. Alright, this thing. There's a lot more planets than there were last time. I'm selecting the planet. This one, please. Why is it red? I have the artifact. Oh, why is this so fiddly? Yes. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, here we go. Now we're moving. think I brought an extra stack. That was an expensive travel. Takes a whole stack of dilithium crystals to get here. I just turned my space station to a spaceship, yeah. Man, this is a long trip, huh? Are we going the right way? The travel music really is appropriate. This is a long trip. Oh man, we're here! Wait, is that
Wait! Oh no! This doesn't look like the right place!
Okay, it is the right place, good. Don't worry, we're in the right place. It's just a really long trip. There it is! Euclides Prime! Let's head on down to the surface. Okay, yeah, it's definitely Euclides. Ooh, it's got a ring. What a nice place. Anyways, I want to go down to the planet. Alright, guys, we're going in! 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, engage engines! Oh, it's freaking out! We've officially started getting some altitude! Oh, I'm gonna land in the ocean, aren't I? Are we having one of those moments where I'm gonna have to log out and log back in for this thing to work? Because, I mean, my altitude's going down. Yes. Let me do this. This tends to happen with advanced rocketry. The heck have I landed on? What the? Oh, it's a landing float.
I mean, just,
I am in the middle of the ocean!
Oh, that's not very helpful!
Alright, I should probably put a waypoint for the rocket. Rocket. Because I need to get this thing back up to the space station at some point. Alright, let's go for a ride. Aw, man! Doesn't work underwater. fellas! I should find some actual solid ground to land on. Oh, that's a dragon! Oh, hey, how about right outside the dungeon? Oh, that's another dragon! You think you can take me? Let's go ahead and get set up. So this place is a bit of a mess. I actually bring out the correct sword for the job. Yeah, give me a sex spider. There's decidedly a few more enemies here than on the moon. Sir? He was definitely trying his best right then. Alright, there we go. Sir, I am trying to make a waypoint. Where are you? There we go. We got a portal up on the planet, so I can get here anytime now. What was that? Yeah, it's night vision. Oh yeah, I do actually have a light source available. Nighttime too, so I can pretty much cast this to my heart's content. I mean, it's very blue of a planet. Blue grass, you know. It is pretty funny that I spawned, like, right next to a dungeon, though. That's just a chicken. I'm just gonna get this entire shore area lit up. Why not? The nights appear to be pretty long on this planet, so I may as well make use of that. Through the power of astral sorcery! Oh, the sun's on its way up. Nice. What are those explosions? I'm somewhat concerned. Here comes the sun. Oh, it's pretty. Ooh, look at that sun, it's huge. Jeez. Sir, I just put the stuff away. I wonder if the zombies even burn up in the sun around here. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, he's totally hiding around inside of here. Wait, is this not the entrance? I mean, I can make it an entrance. It's an entrance now! Wait, this is supposed to have a door. What the heck? Where's the dungeon entrance? Oh well. It is at least a little bit funny that we just spawned right next to one of these. I ain't gonna do much exploring in one of those right now because it takes hours and I'm getting hungry. Hello, dragon. There's just full-size dragons hanging out, it's fine. Just don't touch their horn. It is pretty, ooh, you can see the ring. Nice. Yeah! Look, do you have any idea how much HP I have? I probably have more than you! Alright, let me go get the planet back, the rocket back up to the space station. Ah, the laser creepers are here, too. Alright, let's head on back up. I got plenty of fuel. And I'm gonna need you in the future anyways there, Rocket. 3, 2, 1... Looks like I'm probably gonna have to log out and log back in again. Seems to be a recurring problem. My rocket's nowhere to be seen, so I'm gonna have to do it again. But not until the altitude meter there reaches the bottom. This was so much more of a problem when I was running on a single-player world. Because quitting from a single-player world and going back in takes a lot longer than just disconnecting and reconnecting from a server. And I like it out here, though. That ring just looks pretty. Button. Also, JLo, thank you for helping me out with the very fiddly interface. Having only used this thing twice! I forgot how dumb it was just trying to get it to go to a particular planet. Also, these having to be down here when the entire thing is labeled as artifacts is not great.
So I think's not great about this.
Yeah, now if I want to go back down to Euclides, it should just be... Void Moon... There it is! Way up there! I can get rid of my rocket waypoint. I'd make a dungeon waypoint, but I mean, it's right there. See, I know it's called Lightwood. Is it used for anything? Lightwood. Yes! Yes, it is. It's used for the Hell Shelves! Very good! I can start making Hell Shelves! Oh, yes! Oh, yes, indeed! I can upgrade my enchanting capabilities to ludicrous levels! But first, what do I need for the mana chicken? Because that's actually becoming a very considerable problem right now. Just some Vintium. Just some Vintium, okay. I'm gonna snag a little bit of Vintium from the pillars over there. Seems like an idea. Let me deposit this crap and then I'm gonna go pick up some Vintium. Home base! Jumping intergalactically with the power of the stars. This is Planet Namek. No, it's fake Planet Namek. My mobility at the moment is very silly. I've essentially got Knuckles as climbing. I'm just Knuckles, because I've got the glide as well. And Knuckles! Anyways, I hope you didn't like this particular pillar, because it's going down. Well, on the bright side, at least the Vintium's not toxic. The pillar is destroyed! This drill is stupid. You know what? Let me just get rid of the rest of it so it's not this unsightly thing in the middle. my ink in inventory. Wait, this is all marble? Ew. Well, that's gonna make Astral Sorcery stuff easier. You combine that with a little bit of mana and it turns into Astral Sorcery mana. I mean, marble, so yeah, that's pretty good. I'm taking pieces out of this pillar while I'm working on this one. Oops, sorry. Keeps happening. There we go. Oh god.
There's just a hole in the ocean.
Just a big ol' hole. Yeah, negative pillar. Alright, gravel. Now what can I do with Vintium? Can I make it into dense Vintium? Oh, I can! Ew. And then that can be processed further. I don't really need that much Vintium, but I can. And it looks like it's a sifter variety as well. Yes, that seems good. Maybe just use a little bit first, though, so I can make the mana chicken. Also, this is the small matter, the Vintium chicken, which would equally be fairly easy to make. And this thing just, like, plays what? Vintium eggs? Vintium, Mana Steel, and Rare Earth. That's insanity. So as long as I use, like, medium voltage, it'll give me a 100% rate on this. That's a bit crazy. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It looks like an automation that I might be interested in. What about the vitriol chicken? Vitriolic chicken! Ah, I see. I need to actually earn none of these. Wait, really? You get half a bucket from a single egg? That's so much! That's so quick! Because here's the thing, this electrolyzes into copper. Like 11 buckets of it. Copper and sulfur. And of course some water and oxygen I'll just throw out. That is nutso, okay. I can make the primal chicken now. Which gets me all of these dusts, essentially. Yeah, there's a dungeon right next door, I'm good. Man. I'm definitely gonna concentrate on getting the chickens and up and whatnot for next time. Next time, I want to go in here. Want to do a little bit of exploring on this here foreign planet. But I'm definitely gonna make some use of the base materials to get some automation going. Oh, yes. Including getting my mana supply dealt with because, it's crying a little bit. The mana supply is very unhappy. I think the oxygen's actually breathable here. Yeah, it is. It's just an actual stable environment, so I can breathe out here. Ooh, a shooting star! Is that landing? Hang on a second, that's landing! That's what those explosions are! Does it leave anything? Oh, what the? do. Something is shining inside the casing. Right-click to open. Okay. Alright, so Astral Sorcery's meteors are falling. What occurred? Hey, I saw a shooting star, except it wasn't a shooting star, it was a meteorite. And it crashed into the planet. And it gave me 13 aquamarines, and can I use this for anything first? No, okay, and it gave me a loot box. What? What? That's definitely not a constellation I remember. It's like, wait, what? Alright, doesn't appear to be in the sky tonight. What moon phases did it say? New moon and half moon. Where's the moon right now? Half moon in the wrong direction. So it's gonna be a little while before that's available. Actually, it's a crescent. Oh, might be a new moon coming up tomorrow night. Vanu. What the hell is this? I've messed with Astral Sorcery a lot. I've never seen something like this. I've been on Euclidies for like 5 minutes and I'm already quite pleased with it. How's my mana holding up? Because that's gonna be like priority number 1 right now. It might be. Oh, the mana's hurting. It's this thing sucking it all up. Hang on, I'm gonna go turn off one of the mana railroads. I know what I can do. Let me just make a lever. A lever, if you will. Hang on! Nah. Just a second, card. Just a second. I'll go over this way a little bit. Well, that would explain why I haven't seen it before. Alright, if my calculations are correct, this should allow me to... And then I can just kind of stop it here. Yeah, there we go. Pit stop. And then I just give it a little push and it'll be off it'll go again. So you just hold up right there for now. I'm really curious about this thing now. Oh, I guess I can wait until one more night hits. Alright, let me manually process just a teeny bit of Ventium. Burn a little bit of time to see if it pops up tomorrow night. If it's the wrong moon phase, though, and I just missed it, then, I'll call it there. But I am immediately and profusely curious. You're like 16. Does my hammer work on these? Can I just smash it? Hulk smash? Hulk smash! Yeah! Yeah, mysterious new looking one. I got one of these. Alright, go ahead and wash those. I'm gonna need to hook up my sifter, so get out of the way for now, Macerator. Doing this very manually for just a little bit. Yeah, I've already gotten all the other regular constellations. I even have a timer for the next time Horologium shows up. 4 more days, huh? I mean, I don't need to use it, but it's nice to know when it shows up. Just in case I do need some more. Alright, do a little bit of sifting. Throw that out. Well, that was quick. Yeah, it's for Horologium. That way, if I do need to get some more crystals set up, it's as easy as me just walking over there, checking to see what day it is, and making sure I don't miss it. But I've got like 9 crystals to tune to it at this point. It's good. Let's see. Can I do anything with these other Ventiums other than crush them? No and no. Okay. Crushing it is. Nowhere yet, but I'm intending to set it up for especially for blood magic. It's literally everything in the blood magic area is slow and could stand to have the boost. The problem is, combining it with Greg Tech machines is what could be considered a somewhat foolish idea. As much as I would like to, it would cause everything to lose power. Man, a chicken. I mean, I do need to make Erothium and Atrothium. I mean, it's easy enough. I have everything I need for this. That one just needs lava. I got lots of these. Erothium's probably the most expensive one. Since it uses unstable mana. Ugh. I mean, it's true, but I don't exactly have an excess amount of power right now. If I had tons of power, sure, but right now I'm kind of running on, you know, enough power. Alright, I can just teach this thing how to make Vintium since I don't really need the dust. Wait, what? Does he really want me to use the... Really? Ah, that's unexpected. Okay, so I had to use this if I wanted to. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm running on diesel right now. I have tons of it. It's just I need more generators. I'll just keep it in dust form. I can! I just have to go find the blueprint for it. I only just landed on Euclidies, so... I haven't investigated the dungeon yet. Yet! Being the operative word. I've been working on AE2 stuff for so long. And there's still yet far more to do. As is often the case once you finally get access to automation. Mana Chicken comes first, though. Because my mana supply is hurting. This creosote's only gonna last so much longer. Gotta start extrapolating it instead. Look at the power of chickens. I need a little bit of unstable mana. It's an exp. What's in here? Oh, I didn't clean up the XP from last time. Whoops. Of all things for me not to have, I don't have any lava. I can go get some very easily, but it's just funny not to have it. Alright, am I on the correct cycle of the moon, or am I just gonna have to call it there for now? I'll find out once the moon actually gets over the mountain. Oh, that seems good. I get 8 per, so I end up with 80 of these. Nice. That'll do for my purposes for the time being. Yeah, that would work. Alright, let's take a look. There it is! Oh, that's dreadful. Okay. Alright, never mind. Or does it just make it so it's less vague? Okay, yeah, that's exactly what it does. Oh, that's kind of neat, at least. It's like, okay, here's the non-fluffy, fancy way of saying it, and here's the direct. This is what it does. And the paper disappeared too, okay. That's neat, at least. I've never had one of those meteors actually land before, so I was very curious. I'm gonna get a little bit of lava. Just a little bit of lava. Alright, Reservoir, come here. It's finally time to clean up that lava pool by my house. The old house. Ah, the old base. It's so quaint. There we go. This pool's been half cleaned out for a while now, so these will finish the job. Alright, there. Finally have some lava. Is it easy enough? Well, it's trickier to automate because I don't really have an infinite source in Netherrack. But I mean, Netherrack's very easy to come by. It's nice that enough fire protection makes so you don't constantly burn for trying to carry around objects like this. Let's see. Basalts. Okay, it's 1-to-1 ratio, that's fine. I won't need very many. Great basalls of fire! I feel when that quest has been available for about 10,000 years! Is that from here? Yes, yes, it's from here. Still haven't slain 100 Endermen, I'm up to 62. Getting there. If the trial Endermen count, then I would have had it, but they don't, because they can't teleport. Do you have enough unstable mana? I do. I only need one of each dust, so I'm not gonna get super fancy. If I need saltpeter, got plenty of that. And obsidian dust. Easy enough. Yeah, I just beat him up in the end. really need to move the squeezer out of the old base, but oh well. Whoop, whoop. Do your thing, squeezer! Because for some reason this is still the most efficient means of obsidian dust. Alright, let's see. Yep, looks like pulverizing is the best method for these. Unblizz. Unbasolve. Here we go. I'm gonna need 2 of these. Yeah, the rest is just redstone, I believe. Saltpeter. And 1 more cell. Keep things nice and easy. Wait. This is still above ground. I haven't moved this one yet. Mixers! Little of this. Little of this. Might help to actually get enough redstone. God, it's so fast. Pyrotheum! Let's see, and I need a couple of these. Yeah, 2 for the mana chicken. I need a full 10 stable mana. Doing things a little bit manually right now because I'm hungry and want to go get some food in a sec. Cryotheum! Pyrotheum! Aerotheum! Petrotheum! By all powers combined! God, these things are fast. I can't wait to update all these. You're so good! I am primal! Wait. Mana dust! Primal dusts. Good, good. Oh, that's all the ingredients. Let me just take a chicken. I'll see if I have the appropriate V. Alright, so I need 64, 48, 32, 16. I know I have enough of this. Yep, got enough. This one cow has been hanging out in my Thaumcraft area for a while. Become almighty mana chicken! jars. The cow is. Look how close he is! The cow just wishes to become the thaumaturge. You fascinated over there, cow? You studying? Oh, you're going to be so useful. Mana chicken! Make sure to clean up after you're done. Alright, we're gonna read you real fast, okay? This Euclidies, yep. Space station. The curious cow looks onward, wishing to study the ways of the thaumaturge. Alright, time for seeds! Alright, chickens. You do what you do best, okay? Infinite mana's the big one. Which is also incredibly helpful for doing ore processing, because now I have a blood chicken and a mana chicken to turn things into blood shards and whatnot. Oh, hey, nice. I actually won the 50-50 for, like, the first time out of all these chickens. Got that time stored in a bottle, may as well use it. Get this chicken maxed out in no time.
Too easy.
There's the first 10, 10, 10. There's the second one. And there we go. They always get so rapid once they hit 10, 10, 10. Why am I not cooking the extras? Because, you know, I don't need that much chicken. Do you have any idea how much chicken I have sitting in my demonic will automation? It's ridiculous. It's too much. I have a spare roost. Alright, I'll put it in with the collection, and then I'll set up the mana later. The last one on this row. Aren't you special? He was a good chicken. Quest complete! Mana chicken! With a series of magical infusions, this chicken can directly produce mana eggs, completely eliminating the need for mana production should you desire. At the cost of energy, of course. What do you mean? It doesn't even use energy! That's not even factual! These don't use energy! All I gotta do is take it from the roost and put it into some light wells. Yeah, but I don't process them. You just take the egg, you stick it in a light well, and boom! No power required. Also helpful for this. Save some of the phyto grow. No, because here's the thing, the mana extrapolator doesn't use it either. It just directly converts it. Damn, that's a lot of mana really fast, too. I'm gonna be a little bit sad completely unhooking this, but it's gonna be totally unnecessary. I get a few extrapolators going, and that'll be much better. Oh well, that'll be a project for tonight. Because I desperately need to fix my mana supply, because it is, hurting a bit. I've been running off of creosote for too long! Alright, though that has been a very long stream today. Lots of progress, though. I really wasn't expecting to just suddenly decide to go to Euclidies, but I looked at it, it's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, we have all the ingredients. We could just go. Could just go for a little space trip, you know, hit up the old... little bit of the old... I mean, that's exactly what happened. I'll probably be taking a look more at Euclides next time. Yeah, we're almost to the end. There's a lot of stuff that I can do, so I think over the next couple of days when I'm not streaming this, I'm gonna concentrate more on getting more automation set up, more passive buffers going. Just get that sort of busy work done so we can do the exploration on stream on Tuesday. But yes, that's gonna do it for this one for now, because this is spaghetti I want to go heat up, because I'm very hungry.